themselves support Russia, people who have been listening to the Russian media, who believe Vladimir Putin's legacy. This is also a very poor part of the country, and people who don't have jobs, who are underemployed, think, well, maybe a change of government is better. Maybe Putin is right, and that if he came in here, there would be more jobs, there would be cheap gas, and things would be back to their remembered past of the Soviet Union. Because some people here remember the Great Famine of the Soviet Union and remember Chernobyl and remember repression, and others remember it a time of full, although albeit simple, employment.
All right, Richard, we're going to stick close to you as this morning starts, because as you get any information, all you got to do, as you know, is wave in front of the camera. We'll put you in. I want to go right back to Kyiv, though. We have heard a large explosion in Kyiv. I want to go right back to Aaron McLaughlin. Aaron, what have you got?
Yet another large boom, another indication that this capital is under attack. Again, we heard from an advisor to the Minister of the Interior say that cruise and ballistic missiles are being fired at Kyiv, targeting military installations as well as airfields. Another boom just heard to my right. This is, we're hearing reports that residents here in the capital are fleeing. In the distance, I can see a highway and lines of traffic essentially leaving the city. People here are waking up absolutely terrified. Worth keeping in mind that this is something that people here thought would be absolutely unthinkable. Even military experts up until yesterday were telling me they did not think that Russian President Vladimir Putin would go after the Ukrainian capital. They were well aware of the military presence. Some 30,000 Russian troops moved into neighboring Belarus, which is about, a 3 or 4 hour drive from here, the border. So they knew the threat was there. They just never thought that this would actually happen. It is a stunning reality to stand here in the Ukrainian capital of Kyiv in a flak jacket telling you that this capital is now under attack. And once again, people here are absolutely terrified and scared, Ali.
Yeah, it's remarkable because you and I have talked literally every single day for more than the past week. And one of the things you were commenting on is that there doesn't feel to be that urgency in Kyiv. Maybe people believed what was going to happen in eastern Ukraine because that's been going on for a long time, and they're accustomed to some degree of tension with the Russians on the eastern border. But in Kyiv, the last time people had a major confrontation with anything that felt Russian was in 2014 when they ousted the pro-Russian government. And it did seem that people were trying to at least convince themselves that Kyiv was not going to be a target, despite reporting in the last week that has said that the Russians will go for Kyiv in some fashion.
Thank you. Let's see if we can do
Yeah, that's right. And speaking to people here, they have been making preparations. They have been taking this threat extraordinarily seriously, even though in recent weeks the Ukrainian government had been downplaying the threat, saying that a full-scale invasion simply would not happen. People here were taking those Western intelligence assessments extremely seriously. They were preparing for the worst. I was out in a suburb of Kyiv one weekend watching as ordinary Ukrainians were learning things such as how to administer first aid, how to evacuate the wounded, how to fire a weapon. And speaking to people there, they said, we're preparing for the worst, but you know what, we really don't think that they're going to go after the capital, but, better be safe than sorry. That was the attitude then, and they're facing a completely different reality right now, Ali.
Let me ask you, you've been reporting all evening that you've not heard, it's morning for you now, but you've not heard the sirens that one would typically hear. Kyiv does have that siren system. Kharkiv has that siren system. Matt Bradley said the same thing. He heard explosions, but no sirens. Do you have any has anybody in the government provided any explanation as to why they're not activating sirens if things are exploding in Kyiv?
We have yet to hear from city officials reacting to the events of this early morning. I was speaking to city officials prior to today. As early as this week, they were scrambling to get the city ready for a possible attack, dusting off bomb shelters, creating evacuation plans, creating plans for contingency plans for elementary schools, critical infrastructure. They were trying to locate satellite phones. The city official telling me that they needed 500 satellite phones for critical infrastructure sites. They didn't have those yet. They couldn't get them in Ukraine. They were actually appealing to the U.S. Embassy for help with that, and they were waiting for those satellite phones. So there's just sort of the basic preparations that were underway just as early as this week, even though they've known this threat was looming for some time. I had been told by a city official that they had tested the siren system, although nobody could hear it. They said that they tested it to see if it was working. They said that it was. But again, we have confirmation from an advisor to the Minister of Interior that there have been missile strikes in Kyiv at airfields and military installations, and we have yet to hear a single siren, Ali.
This is an important point that you just made. Courtney Kuby was talking to us earlier about that what the Russians may do in the rest of Ukraine beyond the eastern side is attack those things that would cause the Ukrainians difficulty in defending themselves. So airfields, military installations, and certain government installations would more likely be the target than residential or commercial enterprises.
Yeah, that's right. And we have yet to see any reports of any civilian infrastructure or anything like that having been hit so far. But again, we are continuing to hear explosions really on all sides of where I'm standing. I've heard an explosion in the distance to the back, to my left, to my right. This has been going since the early hours of the morning. And we are waiting for even more clarity from authorities here.
All right,
Ali.
your camera's staying on, your shot is staying up, so you let us know as soon as you have any more information, and we'll come right back to you. Stay safe, Aaron McLaughlin in Kyiv for us. I want to go to White House correspondent Mike Memoli in Washington, D.C. Obviously, the president fully informed about what's going on here. What's the latest?
Are moving forward?
Yeah, Ali, we've been getting periodic updates from White House officials throughout the night, and my colleague Peter Alexander just shares a significant development, I think. President Biden is actually on the phone right now with Ukraine's President Volodymyr Zelensky. Obviously an important consultation at this late hour in Washington, but in the very early hours there in Kyiv to show support for our ally at this very critical moment. Just before we learned of that, the White House press secretary Jen Psaki tweeting that the president had just convened a secure phone call with his Secretary of State, Tony Blinken, the Defense Secretary Lloyd Austin, the Chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff Mark Milley, as well as his National Security Advisor Jake Sullivan. Earlier, they also had said he would be monitoring developments closely throughout the night and getting updates as they continue from Jake Sullivan. Now, the last we heard from the president directly was in the form of a paper statement released about an hour ago, which began by saying that the thoughts and prayers of the entire world were with the people of Ukraine. And then we heard in that statement from the president much of what we've been hearing from this president throughout the last few weeks, laying this entire conflict, this entire crisis, squarely at the hands of President Putin, saying it is Putin who has chosen to make an unprovoked and unjustified attack, that this is Putin who is alone responsible for death and destruction that this attack will bring. And then Biden signaling how he will respond, saying that the United States and its allies and partners will respond in a decisive way. Now, what's next in terms of the president's schedule? We know tomorrow morning he is scheduled at 9 o'clock Eastern time to have a meeting, a virtual meeting with the leaders, fellow leaders of the G7. Now, this was actually a meeting that had been on the president's schedule for some time. Germany is set to formally assume the presidency of the G7 tomorrow, but obviously this gathering now squarely focused on the developments in Ukraine. And then a White House official sharing that after that meeting, sometime in the early afternoon tomorrow, the president will again come to the camera, speak directly to the American people about the latest situation and how the U.S. will move from that point forward. Ali, the story throughout the day has been whether the initial sanctions that President Biden announced just about 30 hours ago right now were strong enough to match what we know Putin was capable of. The indication from the White House in the president's statement tonight is that in his remarks tomorrow, the president will go further. And as he has said throughout, we will judge our next response based on how Putin proceeds. In the last 24 hours, really, at the White House, we've been hearing from White House officials this sense that, yes, everything that they've predicting has come true so far, and they were predicting at that moment an imminent invasion of the kind that we now seem to be seeing unfold, that they were hoping that they were wrong. Clearly, they're not, but that they're now prepared to go even further in terms of the sanctions posture.
Worth noting that the G7 that you were talking about used to be the G8. because Russia used to be in it. And during the Trump administration, there were some efforts to get Russia back into the G8 by that administration. Mike, we'll keep in touch with you on this. I want to go to Ambassador Mike McFaul. Ambassador, I just want to point out to our viewers right now, for those watching markets, obviously they are tumbling around the world. Oil prices, Brent crude, which is not the crude oil that we use here in America, but that.
All right, talking about oil prices, we'll get back to that. Okay. So you can even see the live update on the side of the screen. Russian military under Russian shelling underway across Ukraine. Government advisor says. I don't know. Do we have any good idea of what troop movement looks like? Have they been reporting on that? The only G I care about is a G6. Okay. Hey, Branto Box. I hope you're having a wonderful day. Ukraine will break Putin. It may cost our country dear, but he will be broken by this action. Will this break Putin? I'm not entirely so sure. Maybe. I don't know. But I'm not entirely sure that might be the case. Will Russia survive this? Well, I mean, like the U.S. Will the U.S. put troops in here? I don't see it, right? Unless maybe if there is like some extreme humanitarian violations happening that is broadcast around the world, maybe would force Biden's hand. But beyond that, the U.S. actually confront these individuals? I'm not sure. I guess it's like what the world would do, right? In response, okay, you've actually invaded the rest of Ukraine, right? Not just the quote unquote breakaway states. You're actually making a play here. I guess it depends on what the outcome is. Is the outcome to take Kiev? Is the outcome to take all of Ukraine? Right? I don't know. I think that depends on whether Putin gets broken by this, because it would be tough for the rest of the world to not react extremely, in an extreme manner if Ukraine is just like taken, like just wholesale taken over. But maybe if they're trying to install a new government and just like fuck off, is that the same response? Probably not, right? I don't know. I don't know what the goal is. Kobe says, I think the biggest goal is to scare Ukraine and NATO away from Ukrainian NATO membership. Yeah, that's the biggest goal. Absolutely. But is there anything else on top of that? Yeah, Kobe, I agree with that. And as I said, I'm fine with Ukraine not joining in if it keeps stuff like this from happening. Biden speaking to Zelensky, U.S. official says, okay, that's good. Zelensky, I believe, is their like defense minister? If I'm not mistaken, maybe foreign minister. I could be, it's one of the other, I believe. Russia's prime minister, if someone can correct me. So far it's just Donbass, Luhansk. Is Donbass the new region they are invading? Is Donbass the oh shit, maybe they're talking about it now.
Before anything else happens, but denazification in Putin language, in his lingo, that means the collapse of the Kiev government. I don't see there's any other way to understand that. Now, how he does it, how he thinks he's going to pull that off, I don't know what his plan is, but that is most certainly the objective that he has stated for this military operation.
It's 10 minutes to 7 a.m. in Kyiv, and what we're showing on the left side of the screen now is a highway, a major route in which people are leaving the city now. You can see that. You can see some sirens and lights, but you're now seeing remarkable traffic out of Kyiv. Ambassador, are you able to shed some light on this denazification stuff and why Vladimir Putin thinks that would be useful to talk about and who is susceptible to it? Because I remember in 2014, there was also an effort to undermine the opposition to the then pro-Russian government by saying that they're anti-Semites and they're Nazis. What's the provenance of this discussion?
Well, you're absolutely right. That's when he started using the phrase Nazis supported by NATO, right? The two N words, as we called it back in 2014. And there is, to remember, there is a history of some Ukrainians fighting on the Nazi side because they were occupied by the Soviet Union. Let's remember, they considered themselves a colony, but a very small group. One should not, exaggerate it. But he is pulling on that string, right? He's pulling on that thread from history to say that what you had was a neo-Nazi usurpation of power in 2014. That's what he said in his rambling speech from 2 days ago when he went on for an hour to explain and justify it. And he's appealing to Russians. He's trying to explain this to Russians. And, again, we've seen the polling. The majority support him. Majority support these independent republics becoming independent countries. There's some alleged reporting on polling on that. But a couple of things to remember. One, polling in authoritarian countries is hard to do. What incentive does anybody have to tell you what they really think? When Ivan Ivanovich calls you up on the phone from Moscow and says, hey, I'm doing polling here. What do you think of Putin? What do you think of this operation? You have no incentive to tell the truth. So right. Everybody needs to be cautious about that. Again, I interact with Russians every single day. I don't see any enthusiasm for this war. Like, why are we attacking them? He tells us we're from the same nation, but we're attacking these Nazis. And the Nazi leader, allegedly, is this guy Zelensky. And I want to remind everybody, Zelensky's first language was Russian. We had a long conversation about it when he visited me here last August. He was a very popular television personality in Russia, okay? And so when it's hard for Russians to look at Zelensky and say he's a Nazi. Yeah. And that's why I think Putin needs this argument. That's who he's appealing to. He needs a justification for this incredibly unjustified war, not for us, but for his own people back home.
But if the goal is to cause people to fear what was an expansionist Germany in the late 30s, the interesting part about this, which I heard you bringing up earlier this evening, is it was September 1st, 1939, that under the guise of protecting Germans in Poland, Hitler invaded, and that started World War II.
It did. And by the way, 2 weeks later, Moscow invaded Poland too. So people need to remember that small fact about 1939, that aggression happened on both sides. I just think,
Ambassador, I'm going to ask you to stop for a second. I want to go to Kharkiv. Matt Bradley is there. He's hearing some shelling in the background. Matt, what's going on?
Hey, Ali, we are hearing some shelling right now in the background. It's actually behind the camera. We're trying to kind of figure out where it is.
I can hear it.
I'm not sure if you can hear it. It still sounds pretty distant. But it's ongoing. Again, though, Ali, this city, you just don't get the same impression as my colleague Eric McLaughlin was saying. You don't get the same impression that people are fleeing. We're starting to see public transportation working. It's dawn here. Taxis are circulating in the streets. But we are still hearing the distant sound of shelling. This place is a little different. This is eastern Ukraine. People here are a little more ready for war. They're expecting this to happen. And they are Russian speakers. They may have the belief that Vladimir Putin's military won't come in here and attack civilians because they believe that Vladimir Putin believes that this is Russia, that this population here will go with Moscow. So a lot of people here, if people in Kyiv didn't believe that the Russians would ever attack Kyiv, a lot of people here have been living with that reality and that expectation for quite a long time, and they've thought that this wasn't going to be targeted at civilians because Putin sees them as Russians.
What's going on in the streets behind you? There's not as much traffic as I might have assumed for this hour of the morning, but what's happening there? Is the city waking up and operating as normal?
The city is waking up, and as far as I can tell, the city is waking up and operating as normal. I don't see columns of cars leaving. I don't see traffic. I am seeing off to my left here, you can't see it, just a regular bus, a city bus that's operating slowly, lumbering along in the morning. I guess, bringing commuters to work. Things seem to be sort of moving as normal. But, it's hard to know how this is going to happen. We're waiting for more information from the Ministry of Interior, the Ministry of Defense, because we are right over the border from Belgorod. And this is a place where we've already started to see a lot of hardware mustering and a lot of troops mustering. Some of the big items like Sukhoi jets, attack helicopters, battle tanks, and self-propelled howitzers. These things, we're expecting them to come over the border. We did hear one report that we're starting to hear troops coming over the border. Mostly we're hearing that in the far south, in Odessa and Mariupol. But we still need more information. There's a lot of uncertainty, and we're just waiting for more information from the government at this point.
All right, Matt, stand by. And, of course, if you hear anything or see anything, wave your hand and we'll put you right back on. I want to go to Keir Simmons, who's got new reporting in Moscow and Vladimir Putin's decision to begin this incursion. Keir?
That's right, Ali. Well, we've just been speaking to a former Russian official with very close ties to the Kremlin. Now, before I tell you what he told us, I just want to say that I think we need to borrow a phrase from previous terrible European wars, that the fog of war. There will be many elements to this that we will hear in the hours ahead that will turn out not to be true, others that will turn out to be true. That is the nature of a conflict, and this conflict is just getting started. But what I have been told by this former official who's close to the Kremlin is that President Putin made the final decision at 3 a.m. Here in Moscow. It's now just coming up towards 8 a.m. In the morning. President Putin's televised address happened at 5:45 a.m. I'm told that prior or around the decision being made, that President Putin made a number of phone calls to members of his Security Council. So whether that is the case, we will find out, I suspect, in the hours and days ahead. That statement from President Putin, that televised address, it's not clear whether it was live or whether it was recorded. Very likely it was recorded, but then that raises the question, of course, how much earlier was it recorded prior to it being broadcast? Right now, here in Moscow and across Russia on state television and on the main television channels, they are replaying that statement from President Putin, that chilling statement. A couple of things, and I pointed this out earlier, and from that statement I think are worth marking, aside from frankly what some of it, which is just a kind of televised tirade again, where President Putin once again talks about NATO, as you have mentioned, talks about the denazification of Ukraine, a claim for justification for this action that is without merit, of course. But in that statement from President Putin, there are elements that I think raise eyebrows and perhaps point to what is ahead. He talks directly to the Ukrainian military and says, "I urge you to immediately lay down your arms and go home. All servicemen of the Ukrainian army who comply with this requirement will be able to freely leave the combat zone and return to their families." So that suggests from what President Putin said there, and I take into account that there's of course an element of psychological warfare, that the Russian military and Russia's leader will be trying to terrify the Ukrainians, but it does suggest from that statement that aside from this air campaign, if you like, that there may be a ground offensive ahead. And in fact, that former Russian official who has close contacts to the presidential administration, I said to him, we are seeing no sign. Richard Engel reporting just a short while ago that he is seeing no sign of any kind of ground offensive, but he said it's coming. So take that as you will. I also asked him, this former official, I asked him, is President Putin directing this himself? And he said yes. That's how it's going. That's not surprising. We know that President Putin makes all the decisions. In the end, he will have had advice from that small clique around him, but ultimately...
I'm curious, guys. All right, I'm trying to add some commentary to this. I'm a little curious. Do you think... what are you in chat? What are your worst fears to come of this? Like, what are your honest worst fears, right? I see people said they're glued to the news watching this, right? But what are your like, and like, not like what's the worst possible thing? The worst possible thing would be a nuclear exchange, okay? Right, sure. But like, what do you think is most likely to happen, right, as this escalates? Where do you think this is gonna lead? So tell me, what are your thoughts in chat? I'll put the sound back on while I wait for your responses.
In this regard, no one should have any doubt that a direct attack on Russia will lead to defeats and dire consequences for a potential aggressor. So I just will say, Ali, just before this all began, we did hear from French diplomats raising real questions about President Putin's state, saying that the man that they met was different from the past. And that, again, a worrying aspect as Russians wake up to learn that their country, frankly, is at war with Ukraine.
Keir, we're going to stay close to you. Thank you, Keir Simmons, for us in Moscow. It is midnight in the east. It is 8 a.m. in eastern Ukraine, or 7 a.m. in eastern Ukraine, 8 a.m. in Moscow. And we have attacks underway in Ukraine. We have heard the explosion of shells in the capital city of Kyiv, constant explosions of shells. This is video being brought to us from the Associated Press. This is a highway out of Kyiv. Look at the cars on the right side going into Kyiv, very few of them. Look at all those cars that are leaving Kyiv right now. Our reporter on the ground there, Erin McLaughlin, has heard shelling. She was on air with us when she heard that shelling. This is unusual because it seems like a second phase in something that just began a few hours ago. As you heard Keir say, we have not seen the rolling over of tanks or artillery over the eastern border of Russia into Ukraine. But there are two regions in eastern Ukraine that Vladimir Putin has declared independent, and tonight he ordered a special military operation to protect those places. He says that he has requests from the leaders of those two republics that nobody else in the world recognizes as independent for Russian military interference or involvement, and that's why they have sent the activity that they've got going on underway. We have a few things going on that we should tell you about. Airspace has been closed. All civilian airspace in Ukraine is now closed. We have heard some reporting that the bombs that we're hearing drop in and around Kiev may be missiles. Someone in the Ukrainian government had posted that to a social media site. We've not been able to confirm that. As Keir said, these are the moments in which we are in the fog of war. We're not entirely sure what's true or not, but our reporters have heard explosions with their own ears. There are reports, Courtney Kube had suggested that the U.S. intelligence had heard that we would start with Russian shelling, perhaps, of military installations and or runways, airports. Ambassador Mike McFaul suggested moments ago that he had been hearing from people in Ukraine that it may be the airports or the area around the airport in Kyiv that is being shelled. I want to go to our two reporters in the region. Richard Engel is in Mariupol, Ukraine.
Yeah, to be clear, they don't really know, right? They're just hearing explosions. They don't really know. I believe some sort of infrastructure is being attacked. It seems like they don't actually know. Yeah, that they're just kind of like working on this. What's this one?
Strikes, cruise and ballistic missile strikes. That, according to an advisor to the Minister of Interior. It started in the early hours of the morning. The last 30 minutes, though, have been comparatively quiet. We are seeing a stream of traffic of cars leaving the city, and we are hearing reports that people here waking up to these explosions are evacuating the capital of Kyiv. We have just heard from the Ukrainian president in a statement that he posted to social media, say that Russia has attacked military infrastructure and the border control in many Ukrainian cities, noting that people can hear explosions. He also announced that he is imposing martial law to the whole state. He says, quote, "Today we need each and every one of you to stay calm and stay at home if you can. We are working. The army is working. All sectors of defense and security of Ukraine is working," continuing with a common theme, trying to keep people calm, trying to keep people from panicking in what is. And there we go. I've just heard the first siren has just gone off. And I've been told by city officials that that indicates that this is a city under attack. That, again, is the first time we have heard sirens in the capital, Kyiv.
I just want to hold on there for a second, because you've been hearing explosions now for a couple of hours, and we were asking about these sirens. You said they'd been tested. Let's just listen. The sirens are now underway in Kyiv. The sirens are sounding to indicate that the city of Kyiv, the capital of Ukraine, is under attack. We have had reports of missiles and explosions. Let's listen for a moment.
That's so scary. That's fucking terrifying.
All right, those are the sirens. We had been.
That's absolutely terrifying. Imagine that being your city. Sirens going off. Like, I don't think Americans, especially, cannot recognize that kind of terror, right? I think the British maybe understand it because, you know, they experienced that, and so like they have people in living memory who have experienced that. But like, I don't think Americans really can conceptualize what that must feel like. A city under attack, like your city, your place. And you don't know what's going to happen. People are separated. Families are like exiting. Some parts of the family are staying, you know, like you don't know what's going on. That's fucking terrifying.
Earlier in the week, they said it was working. And now, hours into this attack, we are now hearing this siren system alerting people that this attack is underway. Ali.
It is a remarkable development. I want you to stay with us. This is a picture the Associated Press is showing us. This is the traffic leaving Kyiv now. These are all the people. Aaron's been telling us that for days and weeks there have been people who have been preparing in different ways for something that looked like an attack, but clearly a lot of people hadn't left. Aaron, what's the level of preparation that you were familiar with that people had undergone? You told me about parents who were sending their kids to school with their blood type signified in case they needed blood transfusions. What else have you heard?
Yeah, no, people have been preparing for the worst. While the government had been downplaying this threat, people were taking the situation extraordinarily seriously in terms of these Western intelligence assessments. People I've been talking to here, they all have their own evacuation plans, their own plan B. Some people have been sending their children to the western portion of Ukraine, to towns such as Lviv, which are widely seen to be safer portions of the area because they're closer to the Polish border. People have been stocking up on foods and water, that kind of thing. But really deep down, I would say, in talking to Ukrainians, there was a certain level of skepticism that things would ever reach this point. And that's why I think a lot of people here in Ukraine are waking up completely stunned that their country is at war with their Russian neighbor.
That is remarkable. Aaron, please stand by. I want to go to southeastern Ukraine, to NBC chief foreign correspondent Richard Engel. Richard, President Zelensky and President Biden have spoken already, and President Zelensky has made some decisions tonight.
So President Zelensky, as Aaron was just talking about, issued a video statement. It almost looked like a selfie that he took at his desk, in which he said that martial law is being imposed all across Ukraine. He didn't describe exactly what that martial law would entail, but he told people to stay calm, to stay in their homes. And he said that military installations and border posts had been attacked after Vladimir Putin announced the start of special military operations. But then he went on to assure the people that the government is still with them, that the government will stay in contact, and that the security services are on top of the situation. There does seem to be, as I was saying earlier, a psychological component of all of this. And some of these very early phases may be designed to get people to leave the cities, to create that panic, to create those long lines of traffic that you're seeing out of Kiev, because there were reports of beach landings here in Mariupol. We're not seeing them. There were reports of beach landings in Odessa, also not being reported by witnesses, not along the scale of anything like the Russian state news agencies are describing. The Russians also just put out a short time ago a report that the military infrastructure of Ukraine is being destroyed, but that civilians would not be harmed. So it seems that the Russian narrative is trying to soften the population, to appeal to the people to surrender without a fight, to appeal to the military to surrender without a fight, because what is being described by the Russians and what we're seeing at this moment don't correspond.
Richard, talk to me about Mariupol, because it's going to become important. We've heard Matt Bradley talk about when there might be troop movements or when we might see people come across the border. You're on the water. There are a whole different set of defenses or offensive weaponry and techniques that the Russians have all through the southern coast of Ukraine.
So according to the Pentagon, Russia has 10 warships with Marines on board currently in the Black Sea. We are on the Sea of Azov, on the coast of the Sea of Azov, which is connected to the Black Sea. We can see ships in the distance, but they are not firing, they are not at war, they appear to be normal commercial ships. So any kind of naval battle off the Sea of Azov, as far as I can see from where I'm looking at the water, looking at ships right now, is not underway. If there was going to be a beach landing, it could happen all along this southern coast. But as of now, there are no air raid sirens here. There is traffic in the streets. We saw some police cars and ambulances moving with their sirens blaring, but it wasn't clear if they were responding to any particular incident. Although now, as we're speaking, I just heard one, sounded like one explosion.
I heard that
it may have been two, or that first one could have been the reverberation of the first explosion. That is the first loud and clear explosion that we have heard since this operation began. So we will see how that develops.
Yeah.
But that was on the outskirts of Mariupol. I'm right in the center now. That sounded like it was a few miles away at the very least. So we will continue to monitor
I heard that as you were speaking. We could hear that out here. That whatever it was loud. Richard, stay close as you get more. Just let us know. Richard Engel, NBC News chief foreign correspondent, who is in Mariupol, Ukraine. Aaron McLaughlin is in Kyiv for us. I'm just going to ask my executive producer where she wants me to go. Mike Memoli is in Washington, D.C. Mike, you were reporting to us that you and your colleagues had heard that the president was talking to Volodymyr Zelensky. Now we have heard that Volodymyr Zelensky has released a video of himself talking about the fact that there is going to be martial law. We're hearing explosions. We're hearing sirens in Kyiv. We're hearing, as you just heard with Richard Engel, an explosion in Mariupol. What is happening in the White House?
We just got a new statement, Ali, from the White House on the president's call with President Zelensky, and I'll just read it to you directly. He says, it's interesting, Ali, having read so many of these foreign leader readouts, I will stay at the front, the sort of more casual language in this president's statement, which I think speaks to how quickly they wanted to get this out. President Zelensky, Biden says in this statement, reached out to me tonight, and we just finished speaking. I condemned this unprovoked and unjustified attack by Russian military forces. I briefed him on the steps we are taking to rally international condemnation, including tonight at the United Nations Security Council. Biden saying that Zelensky asked me to call on the leaders of the world to speak out clearly against President Putin's flagrant aggression and to stand with the people of Ukraine. Tomorrow, I will be meeting with the leaders of the G7 and the United States, and our allies and partners will be imposing severe sanctions on Russia. That statement there making explicit what was implied by the earlier White House statements tonight, that the president will be, as promised, escalating beyond the sanctions that he had announced just about 31 hours ago, Ali, at this point. It was interesting. We had been hearing all along, this is now really almost 3 months in which the White House has been promising swift and severe sanctions on Russia if it were to go ahead with the invasion. At the earliest indications of that invasion, a little over 24 hours ago, they took that initial step, the banking sanctions, the sanctions on Russian oligarchs, the severing of Nord Stream 2, essentially. Now the White House and the president explicitly in this statement saying they will indeed go further now that Vladimir Putin has gone further. And we'll wait and see and try to work our White House sources to see if they'll be able to share what exactly those sanctions might be. We have some indication of what was on the table, sort of export controls, trying to limit Russia's ability to get imports, critical imports from the West, from the United States for its manufacturing sector, for instance, potentially even sanctions on Putin directly. But we won't get ahead of what the White House has planned at this point.
But we are going to hear from the White House. We're going to hear from the president after he's had the conversation with the G7 leaders.
That's right. That's right. The president speaking tomorrow morning at 9 a.m. with his G7 counterparts. And then in the early afternoon was what the White House has told us at this point. The president will address the nation.
All right. It's still more than 8.5 hours away. That means markets are not open yet. I will tell you, though, that market futures are looking not very good right now. We're looking at an opening, and there's much to happen tonight, so it's a little early to talk about it. But all major markets are looking to be 2% lower right now. We've seen a spike in the price of oil as well. Brent crude oil has now topped $100 a barrel for the first time since 2014. We'll keep a close eye on that as well. I want to bring in CNBC's Hadley Gamble, who's on her way to Moscow right now and has just spoken with the Ukrainian foreign minister. Hadley, what have you heard?
Thanks so much for having me, Ollie. So essentially, I was speaking to Dmytro Kuleba, the foreign minister of Ukraine, on the tarmac. He was en route from Washington to Istanbul, where he's going to have to take a car, essentially, to get into Kiev from a third-party country because Kiev, of course, has cut all flights. He told me this: we are calling for the fierce isolation of Russia. This is an attack on the world order. He's also saying that Ukraine is calling on the United States, the West, to immediately implement heavy sanctions. That would include immediate disconnection of Russia from the SWIFT system. They say that they need more financial assistance, more heavy weaponry in Ukraine at this point. But I've been speaking to this man several times since December, and the message has always remained the same. If you don't implement sanctions ahead of an invasion will happen, and it looks as if that is exactly what has occurred. Now, he did tell me in terms of what happened, a timeline. He said 5 minutes after President Putin announced his intentions, we saw heavy artillery and rockets flying toward major cities, including the capital city of Kyiv. He said, of course, we've observed a ground invasion already in the direction of Kharkiv. And he said, I can tell you right now that heavy fighting is happening. And as I told you previously in many interviews that I've had with this gentleman, the Ukrainians plan to fight for themselves. They've already been issued weapons from the government. The civilians have said they are ready to fight for their country. So this is a country, frankly, Ollie, that's up in arms. And as you mentioned, the market, the U.S. Open is looking to go 2% lower. But
would you guys? So, like, I saw footage of them being armed and teaching like civilians like how to fire a gun and all that stuff. For whatever country you're in, would you actually be ready to do that? An invasion like this? It's one thing to say it. Lots of right wingers have said it, right? Nothing to do it. Nothing to do it. I think it's different. I think when there's an invader rather than like it's a civil war too. Those also have two different responses. But like, would you be willing to that, or would you be one of those cars exiting? Right? Would you be? Would that be your strategy? And I'm not sure if there's necessary shame in either one. But yeah, just curious. Like, what's your honest assessment? Would you actually be fighting there, just sitting there hoping to do something useful?
Can't be on the SWIFT system. Anybody who's ever sent a wire, you know exactly what that is. If you can't be on the SWIFT system, you can't trade with the world. Let's go to Kyiv, the capital of Ukraine, where those sirens continue to blare as a warning that Kyiv, the capital city of Ukraine, is under attack. Aaron McLaughlin is there for us. Aaron?
Hi, Ali. Well, you can hear the siren sounds behind me. We have yet to hear further explosions. The sirens seeming to indicate that this capital is under attack. They had been preceded by hours of explosions, but it has been a while since we have heard the booms, the kind of booms that woke up so many citizens here in the capital in the small hours of the morning, according to an advisor to the Interior Minister. Cruise and ballistic missiles had been launched on the capital, striking military installations and airfields. No indication so far that civilian targets have been hit, but civilians did say they woke up, some of them to their windows being rattled by the sounds of these explosions. It's absolutely terrifying and surreal to be standing here on this balcony, alley, in a flak jacket in the Ukrainian capital. Many here just simply did not think it would come to this, but this is the situation they are now in. We have heard from President Zelensky urging people to remain calm, urging people not to panic in a social media post that he posted to Facebook. It was a kind of a selfie video that he took. It's unclear where he is at this hour. I was speaking to his spokesperson just a short while ago. He declined to comment any further than what the president had posted on his Facebook. But again, he was urging people to remain calm. But he did say that a martial law will now be implemented here in the capital. Just yesterday, Parliament voted to approve a state of emergency, meaning that we'll see checkpoints here in the city, as well as a number of restrictions imposed on people living in the capital, a ban on mass gatherings, also extraordinary powers to police to be able to stop citizens and check their papers, that sort of thing. But now another layer of martial law has been announced on top of that. Ali.
Aaron, thank you. We'll stay close to you. Aaron McLaughlin is in Kyiv, where there are sirens. I want to go back to Ambassador Michael McFaul. We were having an interesting discussion, and then all of this news broke about explosions and martial law. Aaron makes an interesting point. We know that Zelensky and President Biden were talking. We know that the U.S. Embassy staff has relocated to western Ukraine. And I don't know whether Zelensky's involved in this or not, but we've been hearing intelligence reports that there's a plan to get Zelensky out of Kyiv if that needs to happen. What happens now when the capital city of Ukraine is actually under attack?
It's a great question. I don't have a great answer. I'm literally been corresponding for 2 hours now with people in Kyiv, including people in the government, just so we're clear, not revealing any names. But right now they're ready for war. They're not leaving. They're not thinking of evacuation. They're going to stand their ground. That obviously can change. I think it's just really important for us to keep reminding ourselves how quickly things can change. Just 2 hours ago, we were talking about how everything's quiet on the streets of the major cities. Now that's totally different. Look at what you're showing right now, Ali. Not a single soul is on the main street of Kyiv. I've been on that street 100 times. This time in the morning, that place is usually packed. So just remember, it's a fast-moving story that we need to understand and keep updating as best we can. But I think, the people I'm talking to, they're preparing for war. They're scared. They're nervous. They've sent their children, by the way. They've sent their families, their older, elderly people already to places like Lviv. But most people are bracing for war. They're also talking about, by the way, that they don't have enough civilian defense to do that. One of the calls I was on today a few hours ago saying silly things, not silly things, but pretty pedestrian things like knee pads, which you need to shoot a gun. There's no knee pads. And so those are the kinds of things just everyday Ukrainians are thinking about in terms of preparing for what I think will be a pretty disastrous next hours and days and weeks to come.
I want to put up a map that shows the NATO countries that are in that region. There are a lot of discussions about what the rest of the world can do for Ukraine, but Ukraine is not a member of the world's biggest military alliance, and that is NATO. So at the moment, there are no discussions of NATO troops or U.S. troops going into Ukraine to help. You believe and have said for some time, Ukraine needs massive military assistance. What does that look like? Can you send enough stuff? Do they have enough people trained to use it? If there aren't going to be U.S. troops, if there aren't going to be European troops going into NATO,
I'll be right back, everyone.
What does military assistance look like now?
First, it's a little late now. Months ago, I was writing that, more air defense systems are needed. Patriots. They don't have any Patriots. Stingers. They don't have enough Stingers. That's a weapon that was used in Afghanistan, as you remember. They literally don't have they want more Stingers. And I could go through a long list. I'm not a military expert, but we should have done more, and we need to do more now. Number one. Number two, it is right. We're not going to go to war with Russia over Ukraine. The president has made that clear. I think it is, however, incumbent on the president and the NATO alliance to take the necessary actions to make crystal clear that any attack on any one of our NATO allies will be an attack on all. There's something called the NATO Response Force, the NRF, It hasn't mobilized yet, Ali. I mean, why is that? Well, you know, it was designed to do exactly this, and it was upgraded, by the way, in 2014. We haven't had, you know, consensus in the alliance. That's what I've been told by my friends in the government. Well, now it needs to be mobilized, because the worst thing that can happen from our perspective is that, you know, what if the Ukrainian military begins to get routed? And what if they run? What if they go into Poland to survive? Right? Remember Dunkirk? Sometimes military commanders make decisions that in order to fight for another day, you have to retreat now. We need to be prepared for those kinds of contingencies. And the last thing I just need to say, you know, this is a pretty dramatic, emotional day for me personally. I have hundreds of friends in Ukraine. We've trained 200 Ukrainians here at Stanford over the decades. It's the right decision. I support the president, but I got to tell you, I'm hearing from many Ukrainians right now. I can't believe that we now have to fight Vladimir Putin alone. And they feel alone at this very horrible, tragic moment in the history of their country.
I have to ask you, because you've been talking to people there, about the sirens. You know, we hadn't heard them all night, and we were wondering about that because Erin was saying that she'd heard explosions, and then we heard them. That is a chilling matter for people who have not been in a war zone or have not been in a city where they've heard that. To hear sirens going off because your city is under attack makes that very, very real for our viewers, for the world.
It was. I listened to it with you. It was very chilling. Those are for civilian defense, right? So when you hear things like that, you're supposed to go to bomb shelters. And in Kiev, that means like metro stations, for instance, or places like that. I'm not a general, although I talk to them pretty much every day. I think we're still in the early phases where they're trying to wipe out Ukraine's military defenses, right? Remember what Putin said a couple hours ago. He said, we're going to demilitarize Ukraine and then we're going to do denazification. So I still think we're in that early phases where they're still attacking military targets. But I don't want to second guess what Mr. Putin is going to do next. That we know he's doing now, and you know, my Twitter feed, my social media, my emails I'm looking at right now, Ali, it's all about people from all over the country, not in the far west. People from Lviv, just so you know, that I'm hearing from, they are not under attack right now. But in the rest, in the major cities, people are hearing attacks and preparing for further attacks.
Ambassador, thank you, and we're going to keep you close. You did mention you're not a general, but I got a general right now. I want to bring in the retired 4-star U.S. Army General Barry McCaffrey. General McCaffrey, I mean, important to note that we've been hearing these explosions in Kyiv, and Mike McFall suggests that some of them might be in the area of the airport. When it comes to airports, civilian airports are the same as military installations in some places, and that is something Courtney Kube said that the U.S. expects, that the Russians may try and endanger airports. They may try and ruin runways so that the defense systems are neutralized.
Yeah, well, look, this is simply not shock and awe. This
is an NBC News special report. Here's Tom Llamas.
And good evening. We are coming on the air with breaking news. Ukrainians are waking up to the sounds of explosions and emergency sirens. Russia's unprovoked attack on Ukraine is underway. Officials there say missile strikes, troop landings, and shelling across the country has begun. Ukraine has declared martial law, and one of the first and most telling images of this crisis is the line of bumper-to-bumper traffic. You see it right there. This is to leave, or rather to escape the capital city. Russian forces are spread along nearly every border. Russian President Vladimir Putin going on television overnight announcing the attack and telling Ukrainian forces to lay down their arms. I want to get right to Kiev and Aaron McLaughlin, who's been reporting there for us all night. Aaron, what's the latest?
Literally nothing else has happened. They just cut to this, and nothing new has happened. That was super scary. Holy shit.
That the city is under attack. This was preceded by hours of booms in all directions from where I'm standing now. The last explosion that we heard was just about 50 minutes ago, according to an advisor to the Minister of the Interior. Ballistic and cruise missiles struck a number of locations, including airfields as well as military headquarters. No civilian structures struck so far. As far as we know, we have heard from Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky in a statement, video statement that he posted to social media, saying that Russia has attacked our military infrastructure and our border control in many Ukrainian cities. We are imposing martial law for the entire country. Tom.
All right, Aaron McLaughlin, part of our team reporting out of Ukraine tonight. Aaron, you stay safe. President Biden tonight speaking with Ukraine's president and saying the world will hold Russia accountable. Our coverage continues on MSNBC and NBCNews.com for full coverage tomorrow, always on Today. I'm Tom Yamas, NBC News, New York.
Now, you can't go east because that's where the danger is. You can't go north because that's where the danger is. You're indicating they're probably going west, closer to Lviv, a lot more Polish influence on that side, and very close to a NATO country.
Yeah, exactly. And by the way, there's a substantial number of Russian combat units, 110 combat battalions around the east and the north. So we should expect at some point a relatively unopposed advance by the Russians from Belarus down to encircle Kiev. I wouldn't think there's going to be street-to-street fighting. And I don't think civilian militias, grandmothers and young people with an hour instruction on an AK-47 are actually going to try and stand up to Russian armor, supported by self-propelled artillery. So, the poor Ukrainians have 125 combat aircraft. That's nothing. They'll be eliminated before the substantial assault begins. Some of those Ukrainians actually may go into Belarus. Belarus is a brother nation. They're already under the heel of Putin. So, but very soft beginning to this whole assault. The big battle is coming. It's in the east to eliminate the Ukrainian armed forces in the line of contact.
General, thank you for your analysis. It's all going to become very, very important as we watch this unfold. General Barry McCaffrey, I want to go to Andrea Mitchell, NBC News Chief Foreign Affairs Correspondent. Courtney Cubie standing by as well, NBC News Pentagon Correspondent. Andrea, everything that the administration has told us was going to unfold has unfolded this way. Even the president of Ukraine had suggested that the U.S. was being hysterical and overstating what was going to happen. But it's all happening right now. So given the intelligence at the United States.
Okay. So I'm going to so we're going to keep this up, and I'm going to hear from some people. And we'll talk, we'll like jump back between coverage, because you can, watch this at anywhere, right? So jump back and forth to people who've been following this story a lot more closely than I have. So we'll start with Chow here, who knows a lot more about this. Hey, Chow, what up?
Hey, Prime, crazy world we're living in.
Yeah, indeed it is. So thanks for being here, first of all, Chow. Yeah, you've been following this a lot more than I have. Right now, I'll do this just audio only, so I won't put you up on screen. I'm going to let like the NBC News thing, up here. So just FYI. But Chow, yeah, tell the world about like yourself in terms of like your background, and then give me your opinion on about what's happening.
Hey everyone, I'm Chow. I went to school studying political science and international relations, particularly international relations. That's where I learned how state behavior works, how political behavior works, and how states treat each other. Why do they do the things that they do? I learned that through school, and a lot of the times when I'm streaming on Twitch, I cover politics through that lens. And I've been following what's going on in Ukraine and Russia for the past couple of weeks because it's been really important. It's really consequential, in my opinion, and I think today kind of shows that it's getting even worse, more worse than I actually previously thought it was going to become. So, for those who are familiar, I was on Prime's panel like 2 nights ago, talking about the situation, and I gave my arguments and my theories about it there. I'm just going to build it off from there. I believe the reason why Russia is doing what it is doing right now, it's what it calls the East Ukraine operation, which is basically just AKA invasion, is because they have failed to get a guarantee from NATO and the West for Ukraine to not join NATO, and they have failed to secure a way to prevent Ukraine from joining NATO domestically through the Minsk II agreement. Because they have not been able to accomplish what I believe is its primary goal, preventing Ukraine from joining NATO, through those two methods, it has resorted to regime change. If you look up on the reports from the UN ambassador, the Russian UN ambassador at the latest Security Council meeting, the Emergency Security Council meeting on this issue, he stated that Russia is targeting not the Ukrainian people, but the junta government of Ukraine. And take that as much as you want, but to me, that kind of clearly shows that they are looking to change Ukraine's government, install a government that fits their benefit, their needs, their interests, to serve them, to make sure that Ukraine is not going to join NATO, and for Ukraine to be just completely much closer to Russia than the other way, than to the West. And could we have seen this coming? Yes and no. No, because the consequences that Russia was going to be getting if it did do anything more than recognizing the two territories to be independent were going to be catastrophic. And this meant sanctions. They're going to be losing a lot of lives. Even though the Russian military is stronger than the Ukrainian one, it's going to be a devastating blow in terms of cost. However, it seems like if we're going to be understanding Russia as a rational actor, that they have decided that those consequences are worth preventing Ukraine from joining NATO.
Okay, so what do you think these consequences will be? And guys, I'll have a few more other people. I've invited like a few other people to join us as well. So Chow is the first one up. So thank you, Chow. But yeah, so what do you think those consequences might be?
From the West has already been talking a big game of sanctions, completely cutting them off from Western funding, from them getting into Western credit. There's probably going to be a push to get the Swiss to make sure that Russia isn't able to get around the SWIFT, the SWIFT organization that allows foreign banks to communicate with other banks. And this is really going to be damaging their economy, their currency. Putin's going to have a really hard time satisfying the elites, his goons, his oligarchs that he needs to keep happy in order to stay in power. And that's exactly why the West has been using targeted sanctions instead of just broad sanctions, is to weaken his grip on those groups of people that he has to satisfy. It's not going to be good for Russia, again, on the military front, because the West has been giving Ukraine a number of lethal weapons, as well as a lot of sources of funding for them to acquire more weapons. So this is to damage the Russian operation as much as possible, though it is likely that they're going to actually succeed if they push any further, and if the United States or the West does not actually intervene militarily. That's another question, is is among those consequences, does that include Western military intervention? And I have yet to hear anything from Biden or any Western leader to talk specifically about boots on the ground. Especially since like the past couple of weeks, they've done the opposite, where they've clearly stated that they will not put boots on the ground. But they've been adamant about sanctions. So it'll be really interesting to kind of flip the switch for them to say, hey, we changed our mind, the situation is different. Now we're really going to be sending in our military in order to stop Russia because of X, Y, and Z. But then again, that also brings up the other question, well, Russia is a nuclear power. And we don't know what happens when a nuclear power fights another nuclear power. Some people will argue that there's mutually assured destruction, so that's why they don't fight. But some could argue that because of mutually assured destruction, even when they do fight, they won't use nukes. We have yet to see a situation in which two countries with nuclear powers, with nuclear weapons, actually do fight each other. So that is a big question mark. But before we even think about that, will the West intervene militarily? That's something that I think a lot of people do care about, because a lot of people do want to stop Russia. I'm not one of them, but I'm speaking for the people who have argued against me. I'm speaking for your sentiments. Do you want the United States or other Western powers to intervene militarily? This is probably a situation in which you would want that to happen.
Okay. 1 second. Got lots of things going on here. Let's actually, I'm gonna move you to the private room. I should have done that first, so that we won't be interrupted. And I can control exactly who comes in. Let me just do that real quick. Okay, back with you. Sorry about that. Okay. Yeah. So, that part about two nuclear powers fighting, and we literally have no idea whatever that could look like. That it's just kind of theoretical that no one will be stupid enough. That no one will be stupid enough to actually toss a nuke, but you know, it's all in play. Like the direct. So, but we're not there yet. We're not there yet where there's a direct confrontation, right? We have troops stationed in like neighboring countries, correct?
This is true. The United States, as well as a number of other NATO countries, have put troops along the border of Ukraine that belong to, well, in countries that belong to, well, who are NATO countries. But you did ask, okay, well, there's not a direct confrontation between U.S. troops and Russian troops. Now, while that might sound good, what I've also been seeing, according to reports, is that Russia has also been targeting Moldova, a small country to the south of Ukraine. And in Moldova, there are NATO troops, there are troops that belong to NATO members. And that might, in a way, if there is casualties, may trigger, in some way, Article 5 of NATO to intervene. Would Western countries actually want to do that? It seems to be that the reason why the West has been talking about sanctions and not talking about putting boots on the ground is because they talk a game of protecting Ukrainian sovereignty, but they are not willing to put the lives of their own citizens and their own militaries on the line for another country. That just seems to be the case. If there's something going to be happening down in Moldova that might trigger something, that's an interesting. I don't want to actually. That's a development that we ought to be looking at. If there is any case of NATO getting involved, because Ukraine, remember, is not a NATO member, so NATO cannot enact Article 5 in order to intervene. But if other NATO members do get involved, then who is to say that NATO won't intervene?
Someone is asking me, do you think China should invade Taiwan for some reason? I don't know why they're asking me this, but there you go.
Well, if the West is not willing to protect Ukraine from Russia, then I think it is valid to also ask the same commitment from the West to Taiwan. Now, when it comes to Taiwan, it's not necessarily a Western relationship to Taiwan, but more so a United States relationship to Taiwan. So some people are kind of thinking about the slippery slope. The United States is not going to be protecting Ukraine from Russia. What is to say that the United States will also protect Taiwan from China if China were to invade Taiwan? This is to say that, well, if you were a Chinese foreign policy decision maker, perhaps this is a sign that you could go to Taiwan and not face consequences because you're kind of thinking, well, this might be a similar situation with Ukraine. However, once again, while the two scenarios may be similar, the consequences are also very different because you have Chinese decision makers who will value different things than Russian decision makers. For China, one of their priorities, or more of a priority than Russia, is to have a global PR stance. And for them to just outright go to Taiwan would probably be really damaging to that PR. Whereas for Russia, they actually couldn't care less about what other countries think about them. I think that's been very clear from the get-go in that they have their own narrative, and so long as their own people and their own allies agree to that narrative, so one of them being Belarus, who was actually, according to reports, joining in on the fight against Ukraine, it is being reported that Belarusian troops are skirmishing with Ukrainian border guards up in the northern border that they share. Yeah, Russia just does not really care about the outside narrative. They care about what they believe. They care about what their story is.
That's
Here's
interesting.
another side consequence, though,
Mhm.
is that at the end of the day, when it comes to the history books, Russia is going to be the one looking like they're in the wrong. Does Russia care about that? Probably not. But something that I might have not have been strong or clear as before is that Russia is certainly in the wrong in this situation. If I'm going to be writing something in the history books, I'd be like, yeah, Russia did this. It was aggression. It was bad, and etc., etc. That's how history is going to be treating this. Russia bad.
Okay. But just the one last thing that I'm going to toss to Wick, who is also here. It's interesting that you're saying that there are reports of Belarusian military clashing the Ukrainian military because I just heard on the NBC report that Belarus is a sister country to Ukraine, and that people are fleeing to Belarus. Do you think that the border is open for them to flee to Belarus, as far as you know?
Yeah, so when it comes to civilians, we have yet to see if there are actually any civilian casualties. What we have been seeing, though, is that missiles are being flown over civilian cities. Kyiv and a number of Ukrainian cities have footage of missiles being flown over it. And what's really happening there is that Russia is targeting military installments in those cities, and it seems like there hasn't been any reports of civilian buildings being destroyed or any civilian lives being killed. If that is the case, that civilians are able to flee to Belarus or to any other country, if even Ukrainian citizens want to flee to Russia, they probably can if they wanted to. At least from what the Russian ambassador was saying at the UN Security Council, if we're treating that statement in good faith, Russia is targeting the Ukrainian government and not its people. Now, I think that's a bit different though when it comes to what's happening in eastern Ukraine, in which there has been civilian deaths because of the civil war. So take it with a grain of salt. Things could obviously change. The silver lining here is that we're probably not going to be seeing Ukrainian cities become like Dresden, in which it was just completely bombed to crumbles. And that has to do with current technology, current military technology, that yes, it is a lot more deadly. However, it has become a lot more precise. And really, Russia, if it wants to keep any sort of ounce of respect from the international community, it has the ability to avoid civilian casualties. I would hope that it will consider to not target civilians.
So, I do want to say that just because there hasn't yet been military civilian casualties doesn't mean that by the results of this invasion, civilians are not going to die. There is going to be a huge refugee crisis as citizens flee from what is, in effect, a country in a state of war. And this is just what happens. It is an indirect effect of the invasion of Ukraine by Russian forces. And again, what I'm being told, Belarus and forces from that area as well. The reports are a little conflicting about Odessa. A few people have told I've seen a few sources saying that there's boots on the ground there, that that's under attack. But then there's others that says it was misinformation, a mistake. It's an evolving situation. It's very not clear. But I really do want to concentrate on the neck. What's most likely going to happen as a result of this, rather than concentrating on right or wrong. However, in Chao's statement, he made it very clear that Russia doesn't care what the world stage thinks. I mean, I think Putin has made that very clear with his actions today. The world as a whole, to their credit, has largely denounced this. And they're taking strong stances, strong sanctions from various countries. Will that be enough? I don't know. And I echo the sentiment of the chatter who is worried about Taiwan because, again, China is looking and watching at this closely and seeing, okay, what will the consequences be to Russia? What will the consequences be to Putin and the oligarchy there? And will it be worth it to suffer that and the prestige hit we take, because China does care about prestige? That's where they're very careful to censor any information. They're very careful to make sure that other nations use that language. Look what John Cena had to apologize for after he mistaken. They're very, very concerned about prestige there. So that is a point. But they have wanted Taiwan for a very, very long time, and the only thing that is standing between them and Taiwan is the U.S. military. We used to recognize Taiwan as an independent country until 1979, in which case we wanted to do further business with Russia, and one of the conditions was we had to rescind that. But we have still always kind of safeguarded that, and it is understood generally that there is a red line there, that if China were to invade Taiwan, we would protect them. That is not in writing, but it is understood. Taiwan is our ally in that region, much like Japan and things like that. So that is a future concern. Also, what Russia is doing, it's seizing land, and we haven't seen that for a long time. There's been proxy wars, certainly, but we haven't really seen this direct seizing of land at this scale. Now, Russia at this point is saying that they're doing pinpoint strikes on military installations and things like that. And that they are trying not to target civilians. But again, even with the most precise military weapons, there's still going to be casualties. And I hope to God there as little as possible. But the coming refugee crisis is going to be huge. The coming economic impact is going to be huge. And I'm very, very worried for the future.
Okay. Yeah. Any thoughts on that, Chow, what was said?
No, I don't want to make this into a debate.
I'm not trying to debate.
like
I'm just like
like a
thoughts.
twin.
Yeah, just
I
tossing
know.
thoughts.
Yeah.
Yeah. Hmm?
Uh-huh. So I'm currently looking at r/world news. They have a live feed of Twitter updates of a number of sources. And according to the general staff, Ukraine's general staff, there are no Russian troops landing in Odessa. That was 6 minutes ago. So that's an update there for those who, because Wick just
You
mentioned
mean
that.
Odessa, or is it?
Yes, I did.
Okay.
Okay, pronunciations. I'm sorry,
Mhm.
Odessa.
That's fine.
Yeah, if I pronounce something wrong, I am sorry. It is obviously not my native tongue.
I forgot who Zelensky was, so like I'm not criticizing anyone.
I just think that we have to remember going forward in the future that this is something that Russia has done for a very long time. This isn't something that's just happening now, and it should not come as a surprise. And again, I do not want to turn this into debate. I really do not. I think the most important thing we should be focusing on now is what are some next steps to minimize harm as much as possible. What should the next steps be for the neighboring countries? I hope to God that Poland and the other neighboring countries keep an escape route open and allow all the refugees they can in. I hope to God that happens. It's going to get bad. It's going to get worse before it gets better, unfortunately.
Okay. All right. So, someone is asking. Before then, let's focus in on what is what is the best case scenario here, right? The best case scenario out of this. So like troops have invaded, like missiles have flown and landed, people have probably died, at least militarily, right? Don't know if there have been civilian casualties, but still, damage has been done now, right? And so like within the spectrum of options, right? Like there's a list that is gone, that's taken off the table, that we can't come back from once that happens, right? So of the possible futures here, right, that you see before you, what is the best possible future that you can
realistically?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Okay. So best case, as I see it, and again, let's be clear. If anyone tells you they know what's going to happen next, they're lying to you. We just don't. What I see as the best case scenario, the Russian troops they do their pinpoint strikes. Zelensky and the rest of the Ukrainian leadership leave the country, set up a government in exile somewhere. That the Russians are satisfied with the two areas in question, and they do not occupy any other land. They do not set up a puppet government. And then once conflict is ended, Zelensky and the rest are allowed to come back and govern the rest of Ukraine. I think that's the most realistic best case. I do not think that is the most realistic case, however. I think most likely what will happen is they will depose the government of Ukraine. Zelensky and them will get out and become a government in exile, and the Russians will set up a puppet regime and drain off the resources of Ukraine. And they won't occupy it, so to speak. They'll have some troops on the ground there, but it'll be more of a soft occupation.
What about you, Chow? Best case scenario.
You're muted, buddy.
Thank you. I would like to avoid talking about the best case scenario because to me the only best case scenario for me was to prevent this entire thing from even happening in the first place. And that would have involved giving Russia concessions. And that right now is impossible. It's not realistic. We don't have a time machine that could go back. I really wish that was the case because to me, this really could have been avoided, in my opinion. However, the most realistic one is pretty close to what Wick was saying, in that Russia is going to completely win over the Ukrainian military, albeit they're going to suffer some casualties as well. The Ukrainian government right now, the Zelensky regime might be able to leave, to escape, and like set up an office in some other country. But in the meantime, Russia would have control, occupation over Ukraine, and then they would be able to create a government that fits their interests, that would be more friendlier to Russia, that would cut ties with the West, and for sure make sure that Ukraine does not join NATO. And will that come in a form of a puppet regime? Probably yes. Something probably very similar to what Belarus has right now in its relationship with Russia. But Ukraine is probably not going to become a part of Russia in the sense that like the borders of Ukraine and Russia completely disappear and then they're just merged. That's probably not going to happen. Ukraine and its borders are going to stay the same. The difference is going to be the regime. In terms of like what Wick was saying, draining its resources, that's probably not going to happen, because to Russia at least, Ukraine is a vital interest to Russia, and it would be really weird for Russia to kind of go through all of these costs and then just only end up hurting Ukraine more, in which they would want Ukraine to be in partnerships.
When I say drain resources, I mean just use resources for their own end. They're going to have access and sole access to these resources. I don't think they're going to pillage it dry, if that makes sense.
Okay, that's definitely a lot more fair. That just seems to be like, in a way, at any country in any sort of economic partnership with other countries, they would want to get resources from that country for their benefit.
Hello all.
Hello, hi. Chris Person.
It's been a while, Prime. I hope you're doing well.
Yeah. So you said you had information.
Yeah.
Yeah, go ahead.
So, I only started watching the stream a little bit ago. I'm not entirely sure what you guys went over, so I kind of want.
That's fine.
Just
the news is repeating the same information over and over again, so we can do the same. It's not a big deal.
Yeah, I mean, I have quite a bit of information. A lot of the reports I've been seeing like suggest that like Russian paratroopers are like operating within like several cities in Ukraine, particularly Kiev and Kharkov, which is right on the border with Russia. Not too far, probably about 50 kilometers away or so, maybe a little less. I've also seen footage like of purported like killed Ukrainian soldiers. I'm not sure the validity of that. Russia has been really putting out like a lot of misinformation for the past week or so. They've been fabricating attacks within Novorossiya, right? Within the Donetsk People's Republic and Luhansk, those separatist regions. Almost all of the information that's been coming from a lot of these like Russian state-owned media outlets have been like shown to be like misinformation, just fabrications filmed within a lot of like very close radius to one another. So, for example, about 4 days ago, there was an instance of there was a purported instance of two Ukrainian BMPs, which are like infantry fighting vehicles, so armored personnel carriers that like have a lot of armament, supposedly crossing into the border with Russia and being destroyed. That was shown to be completely false. A lot of misinformation being spread, but from sources that I trust, there's definitely like a lot of stuff going on. A lot of footage coming out from Kharkov in particular of like a massive rocket strike that happened there. As far as I'm aware, the Ukrainian government has like reported that they're probably about several hundred casualties so far. One of these gentlemen mentioned that it's not clear if they're civilian casualties or if they're military casualties, but there definitely are a lot of casualties. There are some other sources on the ground that are showing, a run on the banks, basically a ton of people trying to get money. I've also seen footage that suggests that of people are trying to like evacuate out of Kiev. Massive traffic jams. The situation is definitely grim because I want to like emphasize the fact that that what's going on right now should not have been a surprise to anybody. Russia had 75% of its military on the border with Ukraine. It was very obvious from the get-go that they intended to go through with a military operation. Now we could speculate as to what those reasons are, but the reality is that there's about to be a massive humanitarian crisis in Eastern Europe with refugees pouring out of Ukraine into Poland.
Pause 1 quick second. Someone,
Yeah, sure.
a friend of VoteWise in chat, sent me a link on Twitter of this is I guess a British live streamer seeing a Russian cruise missile caught live.
War in Ukraine.
Yeah.
As soon as the declaration. Oh fuck! That's a missile. That's a missile.
That's
a fucking missile.
That footage looks pretty real to me.
Holy shit!
There's also.
All right, we've got to fucking get inside. I can't fucking believe that.
Stand by.
Yeah, keep going. Sorry.
I also have another video that like you could pause on the video and see the missile. It's like a pencil.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, I'll link one also I found in your chat.
I'm gonna take particular care not to show anything graphic or anything. Prime, I don't want to.
Yeah, please not.
Yeah. I'm sorry. I just want to preface that.
I haven't seen anything like planes being blown up. But there is some news that Ukraine's air defense was able to shoot down a Russian plane. So there is for sure, as the previous speaker has said, military casualties. I still have yet to see civilian casualties, but as both of you have mentioned, the refugee crisis, the humanitarian crisis, those are sure to have probably a non-zero number of civilian casualties. So long as
So I just sent you a video of a rocket strike that was being targeted. That was targeting Kharkov. This is probably about 5 a.m. local time. So these are BM-21 Grad rockets being fired into presumably civilian areas. I'm not entirely sure. Like a lot of I've seen quite a bit of footage, but again, it's not confirmed. So I want to stress that I've seen footage of Russian aircraft. One in particular flying over somewhere in eastern Ukraine. Not entirely sure the validity of that, but there's definitely a lot of it. And something that I think is important to understand, and I want to reiterate, the very real use of propaganda and misinformation to obscure military operations. This has been a thing for decades, and Russia is very good at it. Russia has traditionally encouraged hackers and electronic warfare indiscriminately, so they don't really go after anybody who kind of fucks with other countries and other businesses. And they've invested really heavily into cyber warfare, so they have a very good propaganda machine, and oftentimes it's pretty difficult to distinguish what's real and what isn't.
And keep in mind that throughout the day, we've been hearing reports of the Ukrainian systems being shut down by cyber attack after cyber attack after cyber attack. It's something they've used to great effect to basically nullify a lot of the communication systems and to increase the confusion in the area. And this is something that they've done again and again and again. They are very, very adept both at propaganda, as you were saying. I'm sorry, I don't know your name.
Chris.
Chris.
Yes.
But I agree entirely that they have used a lot of rhetoric in these past few weeks to disguise and obfuscate the issue to a degree that even online in online spaces and stuff, no one knew what was going to happen. Everyone had different ideas, and it allowed them to set up a situation where they could go in, and even Ukrainians were shocked at this. They had been told to live their lives as normal. I think to a very real degree, a lot of really serious people, experts in the field, did not think this would happen, but it has. So
When this first started, I'll admit when this first started, like I doubted that Russia would actually invade. I figured like I that the consequences would be too severe and that it was just saber rattling. I said that on stream that it was more saber rattling than anything else. I was wrong, so I'll call myself out on that.
I mean, honestly, I don't.
Go ahead.
I don't fault you for having that position. That's just kind of the position that we're instilled to have. You know, it's been 80 years since the last major European war. We assume that because we're in an age of information and very real integration in terms of most aspects of our lives, that things like this, don't really happen. But the reality is, like, the world continues on. Like, humanity will continue to be fucked. Like, so from the very beginning, like I said, it was really obvious because once they started to bring in like a lot of like material and logistical infrastructure into Western Russia, they were really bringing a lot of material, and they positioned it all around the border and in Belarus. So to people who were like, following it closely, it was pretty apparent. But like obviously, it's a very like niche thing. Most people are just trying to like survive. They're not they're not like focusing on what Russia's doing in Crimea and Donbass. But these things impact all of us. Now, with the inflation crisis, like we can probably expect gas prices to go up quite a bit. Especially since Russia is a very, very big exporter of natural gas. That's something that is probably going to be quite significant. In terms of a NATO response, the UK, Poland, and Ukraine last entered a defensive pact. I don't know I haven't heard anything from the British or Polish governments regarding.
So Boris Johnson actually made a statement just a little while ago.
Okay.
Let me find it. It was linked in my chat. Hold on.
He said it was Boris Johnson was saying that he was complete solidarity with Ukraine.
Oh. Yeah, I am appalled by the horrific events in Ukraine. I have spoken to President Zelensky to discuss next steps. President Putin has chosen a path of bloodshed and destruction by launching this unprovoked attack on Ukraine. The UK and our allies will respond decisively. What decisively means is not clarified.
Let's let in our friend Kobe, right? I definitely reached out to Kobe. It's like, I want to hear from you, buddy. So Kobe, are you there? Now your thoughts?
I am here. Hello. Mm-hmm. The thing I was just looking up was the Article 4 thing. I just want to kind of look up the significance of that. It looks like that in the past it's been invoked several times. It doesn't look like this is necessarily the most uncommon thing. It was invoked by Turkey after the Iraq War 2003, after some sort of shooting down of a Turkish military jet in 2012. Later in 2012, seems like it's happened from time to time. So I don't know. I saw that in a Wicked Supremes chat. I think I saw that being talked about here, and that seemed like a big thing to me, but maybe that's not as big of a thing. That maybe just seems like that's like a.
I'm sorry to interrupt, but I was just told that the NATO is calling an emergency response meeting.
That's what I'm talking about actually right now.
Oh, yeah, sorry. Go on.
Article 4 is like the button in like a Among Us where you're like emergency meeting. But
that's one.
I don't know. I mean, like there's like a couple of things I was wanting to look up before I really said anything, because I feel like this is just going so incredibly fast, and like every 2 minutes it's like this is happening. Oh, here's a video. Oh, okay. Well, no, actually, there's being bombing in Moldova, but maybe there's not. Maybe that's just them hearing it from Odessa. So I don't have a ton to contribute at the exact at right now.
Oh, okay. If you want to take the
time,
so
speaking of breaking news, according to Russia's defense ministry, the Ukrainian air defenses have been neutralized. So the reason why this is happening so fast is because the faster the war ends, the better it is actually for the person who actually wins.
Okay, here's something I actually was thinking. One of the biggest, one of the big talking points, especially amongst people that argue that America is like funding, or like the West and NATO is funding aggressive anti-Russian forces in Ukraine or whatever, is the Azov. is like the Azov battalion. This is talked about all the time. This is like a very like a overtly white nationalist battalion that was incorporated into the Ukrainian military a couple years ago. They're not very big. I think it's like under 10,000 members. I think it's like a couple thousand members.
They're a brigade now, and they're part of the Ukrainian National Guard.
But
which is like a separate entity. It's under a different government department, but it's basically it's like a Gen army. I always fuck up the pronunciation, but it's like a militarized police force.
Sure. My question was though, is that everybody keeps talking about sort of guerrilla fighting against a hypothetical Russian occupation. And I wonder how much of this is going to be an occupation. I wonder how much of this is just going to be them trying to weaken Ukraine and make Ukraine quote unquote sort of unattractive to NATO, making it more trouble than it's worth. But I would wonder if places like Mariupol, I believe I'm pronouncing that correctly, which is being hit, if these places are taken, I feel like these hyper extreme militias would absolutely engage in horror. America just got 16 years full of what insurgent occupation can do to even the most equipped military in the world.
So I'd like to respond to that. I think that the Ukrainian military is not as impotent as one might think. So the quote unquote lethal aid that's been being sent by NATO into Ukraine definitely has a very sizable, it's going to have an impact, definitely, because Russia's doctrine is very focused on armor. And despite the fact that they claim to have established air superiority, which I'm skeptical to say, because Russia has an obvious interest in lying and inflating their actual
take it with a grain of salt.
Yeah, that's what I'm trying to say. Okay. So yeah, I think that there's definitely a very big thing happening right now, for lack of a better word. I want to talk about the Azov battalion in particular. Western media, or just media in general, Western media, Russian media, they've all really made it out to be a very big issue in Ukraine, and to a certain extent it is. But I want to give a shout out to Popular Front. It's an Instagram page and an independent news outlet, who's done a good podcast episode on Azov, and basically he explains, he's talking to somebody, a reporter who's done particular work on Azov. They definitely are a fascist paramilitary, and they definitely are funded by a political party in Ukraine, but that political party only got 2% of the vote in the most recent election. So it's definitely not as much of an issue as a lot of the tankies and anti-Western people will say. The fundamental reality is that Ukrainian people just want to be left alone, right? And they've been caught up in a war that's been going on for the past 8 years now, and has just gotten much, much worse for a lot of people. And that's the real thing to consider, that we sit here in a privileged position where we can speculate and talk about what's going on, but they're hundreds of thousands of people right now in eastern Ukraine that are being displaced quite easily, at minimum. So there's a very human aspect to it that cannot be ignored.
I
digress.
No, I actually I'm very glad that you said that. I think that's so easy. It becomes another drama that we're watching on TV, right?
Exactly.
We're so distant from it. You can hear that rockets are falling, but the rockets are falling somewhere else. Oh, there's loud explosions. Ooh, what's going on there, right? But on the other side of those rockets, those are dead individuals, people with loved ones that actually care for them. Other people who are terrified as they're streaming out of their city, right? Like I was saying before, families separated, this all happens with a bit of chaos. So people are being separated. Some people decide to stay behind, right? Will they be safe? I don't know, but I have to take my family away from here. Where are we going? Being a refugee, either within your own nation or actually having to move to another nation, right? That's a terrifying feeling when you don't know be able to come back to your own home, or whether it will still be standing when you get there, right? It's so much to this that we never consider. We're just looking at this, again, like a drama on TV, and it doesn't sink home.
Over the next
Revolt Rise?
over the next 15 days, it looks like the warmest temperatures predicted is going to be 44 degrees too. So like, I mean, that's another thing to keep in mind. Like it's freezing there. It's, you know what I mean? Like these people are out in the cold, and just think about what you would be doing if it was raining and cold and you and your family couldn't go into your house for a week. You know what I mean? Like what would that be like for you? And like, we're talking about way longer than a week here. And like, you know, just it's devastating for these people for sure.
Yeah.
And to add on to that, like my septic tank in the house I'm staying at broke, and I had to, you know, going to the bathroom in your own home is an issue, and these people are going to have to go out in the woods. It's good at like diseases. It's hard. Anyway, sorry.
And for
Yeah,
what?
they're gonna learn how to dig a hole. Okay.
For what?
But
still,
for
Not
what?
that-
For
not
what?
that easy when
Okay.
you live in
Okay.
a
Good. I love that you asked that question, because something that I don't know if I made clear the last time that I was here was that I am very concerned about like Ukraine as a country, as well as the Ukrainian people, and what they're experiencing through is definitely has to do with, well, it's coming from Russia. It's their aggression. They're the ones that are doing the invasion, and they're the ones that are pushing their forces through Ukraine. And if it's true, at least according to my theory, that they're there for regime change, then yeah, it's going to be like really catastrophic. But something that I can't help but think is that it feels as though the Western strategy was okay with Ukraine getting invaded, so long as they could not intervene militarily, so long as they could say we're gonna put sanctions on you, and so long as they can virtue signal on like their liberal values without actually having to stop Russia. It felt as though a couple of days ago that a lot of experts were saying that Russia is in the losing side, because all they could do is take 2 territories, and that's good enough for the West. But now Russia is like, nope, we're actually going to commit to getting a win condition, and we're doing it. Now the ball is in your court. Okay, it felt as though the West was like, okay, we're going to call your bluff. You're actually not going to do this because of our strategy, and we're confident in our strategy. Sure, confidence, but at what cost? And the cost was Russia invading Ukraine. It felt as though they were thinking about it. They were able to say like, okay, we're going to put this on the line. And this is what happened.
So
It feels as though Russia called the West's bluff, and now we're on the losing side.
Okay, so I want to really push back against this idea that this is some sort of like that America and NATO was okay with Ukraine getting invaded by Russia, that they just wanted to virtue signal here. No, there are very real concerns. This has been something that's been in the steps being taken by NATO right now, and again of calling for an emergency measures meeting. The sanctions that is being put on. They're very serious about this, and this may escalate. I don't think it it is hard to say right now. But again, we have to keep in mind here that this has been entirely Russian aggression in this area. That regardless of what Russia may have thought with encroachment by NATO or what have you, that in this instance, Russia is entirely responsible for the lives of the citizens of Ukraine that are going to be disrupted and lost due to their actions. And to put the blame on America and NATO for this is very, very unfair, and it misses the point.
I'd like to.
I'm not willing to have a debate with Wick over this, which is just going to be a rehash of our disagreement from the last time. So I'm not going to speak on that.
I'd like to, if I can. Like, I know I've been talking quite a bit, but I just want to quickly explain like the historical background behind what's going on now. So obviously, like in 2014, there were, that's the root of this issue. I mean, if you want to go back even further, it's the Cold War, right? And the USSR, and their treatment of Ukraine throughout its existence, right? And even before that. But in terms of contemporary like history, like the 2014 invasion of Crimea, and the establishment of 2 breakaway governments in eastern Ukraine, are the fundamental like root of this issue. So when the Euromaidan Revolution happened in 2014 over a Russian, like a disagreement with the Ukrainian government, voting or like striking a deal with Russia to build a pipeline, right, into Ukraine, essentially like making Ukraine oil dependent on Russia, right? A ton of people were very upset about that, and riots started breaking out, and in short, it basically led to the entire capitulation of Ukraine's government, right? So in that chaos, Russia took the opportunity to basically annex Ukraine. Annex Crimea, and de facto like Luhansk and Donetsk, like half of those regions in Ukraine. And since then, there's been a war that's been waging. It was at its peak in 2014 and 15. 10,000 people roughly have been killed up until now, of which the death toll will definitely continue to grow. But the main point is that like NATO or the EU in general, like the Western world, collectively impose sanctions on Russia, right? So Putin, his main concern has always been to be a strong man, to assert power, to assert dominance. That's why he's invaded countries like Georgia. That's why he's obviously invaded Ukraine. He's invading Ukraine right now. He's a very, very like he believes in expansion and like action. So he's quite Machiavellian in that regard. So it's not all too surprising that he's gone through this path, because he's done it before. Like it happened like 8 years ago. So the sanctions have put Russia in a really bad place economically. Because we sanctioned their natural gas really badly, and that created an oil crisis, which essentially halved their GDP for a couple of years, and they still haven't really quite recovered from that. And then when you take into consideration the economic impacts of COVID in the world economy, you'll start to see that maybe Putin is feeling a little worried about his grasp of power, right? Not that he gives a fuck, right? Because he openly poisons anybody who opposes him. He poisoned his leading opposition, Navalny. He's killed journalists openly, and now he's invading a sovereign nation. So, it really says a lot.
So,
but I just want to give some foundation to those who might not be too aware of what's going on.
Revolt and Kobe, in case you guys wanted to add anything further.
That seems like a fairly good summary. I mean, like the situation is like, especially with like Navalny, I think is a little bit like there's a lot more nuance involved here. Like Navalny himself is a very like, problematic character that probably wouldn't be any better.
I'm not taking this was just. I'm not like asserting anything as far as my views.
Yeah.
I'm just like giving the background and as much of a like level-headed neutral way.
Yeah, understood. As long as that's your intent, like, yeah, I mean, realistically, as far as what applies to the Ukrainian situation, I think that you get it pretty good. The other things that are worth mentioning is before Zelensky took over, the regime that, like I say regime, like I'll put air quotes around it, but like I don't know a better word. The regime that left before him or got voted out when he was elected into the government in Ukraine left the treasury empty. Like I think that's worth noting, and the people that were involved fled to Russia. So like that's an element that certainly like weighs heavily on some of the people that are the people of Ukraine. They want their independence, and they're mad that they got ripped off basically, and Russia's protecting the guy that ripped them off. So like that's an element that plays into this too. But other than that, yeah.
Revolt, when you say the previous regime before Zelensky, because there was a previous president after the 2014 revolution, but it sounds like you're referring to Yanukovych, who was the president before, who then fled to Moscow.
Is yes. So like I believe like if memory serves, both him and major members of his cabinet were implicated in stealing like what was I think $35 or $38 billion.
Yeah, that was the scandal that broke out the revolution basically, and that they were being paid by Russian companies so that way they could become like dependent on Russian oil basically.
Right.
That's yeah.
And that's like
that was in 2014.
Another angle that people don't necessarily relate directly or correlate with this is the Nord Stream 2 pipeline. Essentially, like the main goal of Nord Stream 2 with Germany, and this is why the United States is protesting Germany's involvement in this. Germany has since, I believe, shut down 6 of their nuclear power plants, or has scheduled them for shutdown. I think it has happened. But
well, all I know about that is that they suspended that pipeline.
They suspended the certification of it, but the whole point of the pipeline is to bypass Ukraine. Ukraine's something like 5 to 8% of the GDP of Ukraine is achieved through taxing and fees put on transportation of oil and gas through their pipeline system to Eastern Europe, and that's the reason. The main strategic reason that it's important that Ukraine maintain its sovereignty as far as the United States was concerned it's that so many countries in Europe are dependent on the gas and natural gas and oil for running their country.
I mean, yeah, that's why Germany has been so hesitant to fully do anything with Ukraine. It's only now that their hand was forced that they had to suspend that pipeline. But before they had really been pussyfooting, which is what leads me to believe that cat's being weird. That the NATO response is going to be really mixed. Turkey. I think the Turkish ambassador to the UN. Don't quote me on that. I'm not sure. A Turkish official said that Turkey would be willing to use their missile defense systems wherever called upon, which suggests that they might, join in on something in a NATO response. But I'm not sure. It's just we can't really be sure of what's going to happen.
Turkey's been given by NATO basically carte blanche to act as the gatekeeper to who's accessing the Black Sea, right? And so basically the situation with Turkey is complicated by the fact that Turkey opted out of joining in with the rest of NATO and picking up the F-35, and instead decided to go with Russian fighters and Russian S-400 and S-500 air defense systems. So the reason why that's complicated is the Russian airplanes that they have are effective, or the S-500s are ineffective basically against Russian airplanes. So in other words, they don't have a lot of air defense to offer this situation, and the United States is going to probably end up having to supplement, or other NATO countries are going to end up having to supplement.
I mean, I don't think we should be giving any. Well, this is. I'm sorry. I'm going to put my opinion in. I don't think we should be giving anything to Turkey because they're a rampant human rights abuser, and frankly, they have no business.
I don't know if we have a.
I absolutely agree. I'm just saying strictly from working within the confines of NATO and working with other NATO countries and working.
Erdogan is a despicable person, but goddamn, does he know how to fucking finesse the system? He takes money from NATO, all right. He takes money from the U.S. He buys weapons from Russia, and he's building his own little empire down there.
Well, it could be bigger, and that's part of the concern, really, too, is that this sets a precedent for. Number one, how China's got immediately China and Taiwan is what pops into the brain. Know what I mean?
But I think if Xi's smart, he does nothing. Because the real winner is China. In a hypothetical war between NATO and CISTO, China wins. Because all Xi has to do is sit back, relax, and let the two, let them kill each other, basically. That's all he has to do. Because what does he have to benefit by taking Taiwan? He loses a major ideological, Taiwan is very important for the CCP because it provides something that creates unity within Chinese society, right? So for him to go ahead and invade Taiwan, it would definitely be the most ideal time to take Taiwan, while the West is occupied with Russia. But I think that again, it would be a bad decision because that would be World War III, quite simply.
Well, yeah, exactly. It might be that, but if the decision is made or the analysis it comes down that the United States is essentially flaccid in this situation and we're not trying to act, then there's almost no cost to it. And the thing to remember about Taiwan is it's not about Taiwan; it's about TSMC. 80% of the manufacturing of automobiles and automotive and transportation vehicles in the world requires fucking chips from TSMC.
It's all about continuing on the material cycle of capitalism. That's literally what people are going to fight and die for, and it's awful.
I
Because
mean,
like what difference do you fucking have with somebody from Russia? Like everybody's just trying to survive, man, and that's the most unfortunate thing. That in this day and age, most people just want to be left the fuck alone. You know,
Russian culture is arguably better than the United States culture. Anyway, they listen to hard bass.
Did someone else
I just think
interject? Sorry,
yeah.
just making sure.
I've said about pretty much everything I need to say. I hope I've been able to like.
Oh, you've been great.
inform.
No, you've been absolutely fantastic. Thank you. Yeah, and I just wanted to make sure if others wanted to participate, then they could.
I wonder. I'm thinking. Maybe, I mean, like something. I'm not. My military experience begins and ends with Metal Gear Solid 5: The Phantom Pain. I don't know anything. But like, I don't know. I feel like Taiwan seems like a different situation because it's a single island. That seems like it'd be like that would, like, I agree. That's full on World War III. But I feel like there's a less, I'm like, I don't know, maybe less likelihood. I feel like there's a different situation going on there because there are so many Asian nations that would see that or see that happening and go, no, we are not going to have China that now has been emboldened, that has taken Taiwan, that is just going
China's taken other areas before as
they
well.
They have, but the places that have taken so far have been places that are unfortunately small enough that people don't care about. Right? It's like fucking with like what's it called?
Yeah, and keep in mind though, also
Tibet and Nepal.
Yeah, China has run a fairly effective campaign of making sure that at least outwardly, very few other countries even recognize Taiwan as an independent country. So I can very much see a scenario where, again, if Russia doesn't pay high enough price in Ukraine, that the Chinese leadership decides, you know what, we're going to risk this. That is a realistic scenario to me. I don't think we can just discount it as World War III because I do not think other Asian nations would become involved. I really do not.
Well, I mean, when you think Asian, if you're thinking Southeast Asian,
would the United States intervene for Taiwan, a small island nation? Revolt here mentioned TSMCs. Yes, the semiconductors are pretty important. But then again, the United States is building its own semiconductors manufacturing plant,
which is
here in the
5 years away at a minimum.
5 years away. I don't know if that's just to suggest that we want to be less reliant on Taiwan because we're a bit more worried about China in the future taking over Taiwan. That's kind of, there was a flashpoint in the past couple of months on that. But then I would be really surprised for the United States to I guess like to defend Taiwan because it is such a small island nation. I don't know if it would be worth it to start World War III over Taiwan in the same way that the West is like treating Ukraine right now. Is that like it seems to be that they're not willing to fight for Ukraine because they don't want to get involved, and it seems like they're really listening to what Putin has to say of like, hey, if anybody intervenes, it's going to be catastrophic. Maybe that might change in the future. Perhaps what the Article 4 meetings, their minds are going to get changed, and they're going to be like, okay, no, we actually are going to put boots on the ground. There might be a different calculus there. I have no fucking idea. But like,
I mean, I personally don't think.
When it comes to Taiwan, but I want to back up on Kobe's point because he is right in that Taiwan is very close to Japan. And I'm not talking about like the main islands, but I'm talking about the other many islands that belongs to Japan. And Japan being a strategic interest of the United States, I think they would get more involved over Taiwan than say other areas.
They've had in the past 10 years, they've had several disputes over these little small island chains and things, and China's just taken them. China has just taken them.
So like you're talking about Diaoyu. So that's the Diaoyu Island. So South China Sea is like not anywhere remotely close to Japan. It's not a strategic interest. Diaoyu has like resources that are strategic, but not security. Okay, so like that's the issue. Is that like if these countries are going to be going to war, it's probably going to be going over. It's going to go to war over security. Probably not resources like the oil in Diaoyu or Ryukyu. There's an issue with the naming convention. I know that There's a dispute. Korea is also involved in those disputes of those islands as well, because there's a lot of historical claims. When it comes to like the slippery slope of, oh, we're not willing to defend Ukraine, so therefore it kind of shows that we're not willing to defend all our other nations, our other allies. I could understand that concern. However, it is just a slippery slope, and I think it would be really naive for, like, say, like Chinese foreign policy decision makers to look at Ukraine and be like, yeah, now's a perfect time, because if they're not going to defend Ukraine, they're definitely not going to defend Taiwan. Who is to say that the United States does not treat? Who is to say that the United States treats Taiwan and Ukraine the same way?
Obviously, it's
I
not
wouldn't
as
be
simple.
willing. I wouldn't be willing to make that decision.
Obviously, it's not as simple, but China has wanted Taiwan for a very, very long time. Okay, go on, Kobe.
Yeah. I have to pop off here, so I just kind of want to come here. A couple observations that I made that I wanted to point out that was kind of interesting. I listened to some far right people to keep the pulse on the something I thought was very interesting was that back in the old days, back in like the early Trump days, the super far right people had these like ridiculous ambitions. Like we're gonna overcome the EU with like a white people EU that's gonna have Russia and all these other like Eastern European nations. And when at the Charlottesville rally where they talked about how Jews are not going to replace us, they also said Russia is our friend and stuff. And now Nick Fuentes, who's like the leader of America First, who's basically the only close to relevant political remnant of like the alt right, he is completely isolationist, and he says who gives a fuck. I think it's so interesting that like the political ambitions of the far right have been squashed so much in 4 years. That they've gone from we're going to have a world-spanning fucking white people empire to America can't even fucking do anything. I know. It's
they're in their place. I don't know what to say.
The other Nazi related thing, which is kind of interesting, is I think that this is something I've been like the more I've looked into this, it's kind of interesting, a good example of the malleability of like political terms. In America, many people call Vladimir Putin a Nazi or not a Nazi, but a fascist, right? They view him as like embodying at least a very deadly form of far right nationalist politics. And I don't really know a ton about Vladimir Putin's like. I'm not going to sit here. I don't know a ton, but reading his speech recently, he did invoke sort of like the idea of like, well, a certain ethnicity has lived here for an X amount of time. They have the right to this land, which I don't think is necessarily a uniquely Nazi concept. A lot of very evil people have invoked that idea, but it's also definitely it's in that ballpark. But what I think is kind of interesting is that the Russian government and Putin himself uses anti-Nazi language fucking constantly when they talk about Ukraine. They call their efforts sometimes in these regions as denazification. I was watching a Vice documentary that was taking place in Donetsk right when like the separatists took over, and they were chanting like "We will defeat fascism." It's very interesting that to them fascism means it has a very different connotation than it would have in the West. And then I think it's very curious. It's very interesting to me that we can look at the same historical event, and I think obviously Ukrainians have a bigger memory of Nazism than anybody in America, most people in America, because they were occupied by the Nazis. But that you can look at the same political event and you take away completely different things. You still think it's evil, but the reasons you think it's evil are completely different. These people that are saying down with Nazism, I would probably in America, many people would probably call these people far right Nazis, because many people probably far right. Relatively far right or traditionalist in their politics. It's very curious. I don't know. I think that Eastern Europe and Russia in general, I think breaks a lot of political conventions that I know I'm not ready for, and I think a lot of people are not ready for. So I don't know. It's a developing region, have fun, or a developing situation. Have fun discussing it, but I got stuff to do in the morning. So goodbye.
Have you one, buddy?
I probably should leave as well.
All right, buddy. Well, thanks for.
I love staying on.
Oh, okay. All right.
Yeah, I love hurting myself.
Okay.
In a video game.
So, what do you guys think of what Kobe added?
I think a lot of his analysis was pretty good, to be honest. I'd like to talk about what he mentioned about Putin, and a lot of the shit being thrown at him for being a Nazi, and this and that. Putin is a very weird character because he's a unifier for a lot of degenerates. he really brings the best of the worst. Tankies love Putin because they think that he's reforming the USSR and that he's secretly like still very Marxist Leninist because of his KGB days, and they think that that he's going to take over and make the USSR great again. Some bullshit. The West loves to call him a Nazi because he's just a very, very hard authoritarian. Or let me rephrase, he's a soft authoritarian, right? He's like, he doesn't really give a fuck about killing people that are against him, and he does it quite openly. But like Russia's not like as authoritarian as say China or oh god, and especially North Korea. But it's definitely like an authoritarian state. They have a lot of control over their media. Most of the media that's circulated in Russia is state owned or state funded, which instills a lot of like helps reinforce the propaganda efforts of the Russian government. Not to say that that things like that don't happen in the West either, but that's something to consider. As far as the kind of people that you would find like fighting for Russian separatists, the profile is pretty interesting. You have a lot of different people from different walks of life, most of which are ideologically conservative. They don't like Ukrainian culture. They identify as Russian, and that's why they feel so strongly about separating from Ukraine. Is because they've genuinely been convinced by the Russian government that they have, an ethnic claim over their land, fundamentally. Despite the fact, however, that Donetsk and Luhansk are only 50% Russian ethnic. The other 50% is Ukrainian. So it's an interesting paradox, which just really goes to reinforce the main notion that Russia is perpetuating this, quite simply. I mean, that's very obvious from the get-go. You look at everything that they've done for the past 8 years, operating covertly in Luhansk and Donetsk, funding separatist movements there, having the GRU operate within Ukraine, right? And now the inevitable, end result of all of that buildup of 8 years of tension is military action.
I wanted to ask Revolt Rise, since I asked this of Chow and Wick previously. Revolt Rise, what do you think is the best case scenario?
Best case scenario is tough because best case scenario, best case scenario right now is NATO wakes up tomorrow morning, or it's already morning in some places depending on where you are, and like they make a resolution and they threaten, and Russia immediately stops any future further aggression, and they come to the table. Like that would be ideal. Basically like anything that stops the war this minute, this second, like is better. But like what I think is like realistic, I think that Russia's goal, and this is I've been like, this is basically my spiel for the past 2 weeks, and anybody who asked is like, I think what Russia's going to do is basically blitzkrieg through the country as fast as possible, trying to touch the far border. As soon as they do that, they're going to start negotiating backwards, and they're going to try not to actually have to occupy the major cities and not actually have to have any real conflict if they can avoid it. I think that we're gonna see them do that over the next maybe 3 or 4 days. And by the looks of things, there's not going to be a whole hell of a lot of resistance put up by the Ukrainian military, which is like both disheartening and kind of like sets the tone for the reason why the United States didn't end up backing them, is because there was almost no chance that there was ever going to be able to stand them up on their own. We just learned this lesson in Afghanistan about getting out. So I think that the goal of Putin's goal is going to be, number one, no mention of NATO ever, Ukraine ever being in NATO. And it's possible that he's after regime change. I know that would never go over NATO would never say okay, go ahead, change the president out of the country. That just wouldn't happen. But I think that he's going to start his negotiating point there and work backwards with the goal being to have as much under I guess underground or secretive type control over Ukraine as possible, while allowing the overt government to operate as an independent country.
Well, the United States before has not recognized the current regimes of countries when they were the ones who are in power, regardless if it was legitimate or not. Am I suggesting that might makes right? Well, in some cases, that seems to be the case. That like regardless if you think if Putin is going to go for regime change, United States doesn't recognize it as legitimate. Well, they're the ones going to be making the decisions for the Ukrainian state, like how the Taliban is kind of doing it right now. We don't like the Taliban being in control of Afghanistan, but the fact of the matter is that they are in control of Afghanistan. We're probably going to be treating it the same way as the new regime, but the new potential regime, again, it's just a theory, that Putin is going to instill, that Russia is going to instill, so that Ukraine follows the interest of Russia.
I think that it's not wise to underestimate the capability of the Ukrainian military. They've been provided with a lot of not enough, but they have been provided with a substantial amount of material aid, particularly ATGMs, anti-tank guided missiles.
I don't think anybody here is.
Yeah, they've got the
underestimating
gear and
them.
the equipment. I think the leadership is what I'm concerned about. Like to be perfectly blunt about it, like I think that there's enough factions of military of political allegiance that exist in the military that there's not going to be a cohesive and coherent like singular direction provided, and I think that's going to cause chaos and panic, and it's going to cause massive fallout of the ranks.
Keep in mind again with the cyber attacks and the shutting down of the systems in which the military can operate, and the intelligence gathering systems, the communication systems, this is going to throw the Ukrainian forces into disarray. I do not know enough about the Ukrainian military to make a comment on how successful they're going to be, but I think it's pretty clear that Russia will defeat them, whether it be at a high cost, middling cost, or low cost. Russia is going to win military. No doubt.
I think
that the Ukrainian military holds out for a week, maybe two. Just based, you have to consider that these guys are defending their homes. It's not like Russian American personnel.
They're going to hold out because of morale boost.
Their homes.
But the problem with the
ridiculous. Come on.
Fighting, the problem with insurgent fighting is if you're the insurgents, right, is that if Russia has no interest in actually occupying the cities, the insurgency has essentially been defeated. It just goes into siege warfare, and that's what Russia looks like they're geared up to do.
I think that come at a high cost.
Someone put in chat. I thought this was our previous video. This is a different video of a missile hitting the airport. Video of a missile hitting.
That's in Kharkov.
Yeah.
Kharkov airport.
It says Ivano-Frankivsk in Western Ukraine. So I don't.
Wait, in Western Ukraine?
Yeah, said Western Ukraine.
Yeah, I mean, it seems like they've been bombing airports.
They want to take out the air support.
There's been cruise missiles.
Because that's the thing that's going to be stopping Russian artillery and tanks and ground troops going into Ukraine. So the first thing to do is, the cyber attacks, of course, disarray, and then the second thing to do is to take out their air support. And if the reports are correct, as according to the Russian the Russian ministry, then Russia has already done that.
Yeah, but I mean, Ukrainian ground forces also have surface-to-air capability, like man-portable surface-to-air missiles.
Yes, they do. They absolutely do have those, and we've been providing them with them, but they've been asking for more too. It's worth noting.
Exactly. They definitely need more, but I mean, my point is that it's not going to be
I like your optimism, okay, because it's such a light of hope, but it cannot. It doesn't help me know the fact of the matter is that the Russian military is a lot more equipped, is a lot more better, and they're going to come out on top.
I mean,
thank you for your optimism.
Okay, but I mean, the fact of the matter is that we can sit here and speculate all we want, but this just happened.
Yeah, we don't know. It's an evolving situation.
There are no certainties right now, and I want
sure.
It's listening.
It's a theory. It's a theory with a high probability.
I mean, if there isn't a NATO response,
and keep in mind that there are other players in this game.
You can pray for a miracle, okay?
There are other players in this game, and their choices and decisions can affect what will happen going forward. But going forward, we just have to pay attention. And what we do know for certain at this point is there's going to be a huge refugee crisis, and I think the bordering countries, need to let them all in, need to make sure that they have support when they get there, because it's going to be a disaster. And
Yeah, and I also want to point out that the Russian military is not well known for their attention to detail. Everywhere the Russian military has gone, there have been horrendous human rights abuses. The Russian aerospace forces have a very good reputation of indiscriminately bombing civilian areas. So there are definitely a lot of civilian casualties right now, all around Ukraine, and there will continue to be a lot.
Oh, hold up. Okay, according to what reports? I haven't seen it. I think it's
So
okay.
again,
anytime
I think
you
it's
use-
okay. I think it's okay to speculate like a non-zero number. I'll
Sure.
probably agree with you there. But like, you can't just outright say that. Okay, you just said that this is developing and that like we have to be careful with the information that we're saying. Okay.
Anytime you use precision strikes in there, there's always a risk of civilian casualties.
There is
We just
a
saw strikes on the
risk.
airport right there.
There is
It
a
is
risk, and
reasonable to assume. It is not out
if
of line to
civilians
assume
died, if civilians
that there's
died in
civilians
that, it
that are
would have
killed.
been reported 100%. There's no way it
Again,
wouldn't have been
it's
reported.
chaos.
Yeah,
This
there.
point.
What do you mean
Chaos.
it's chaos? It's
Do you not?
it
do-
would be
I
it
want-
would be
I wanna
very
put- let me- let
it
me
would
put
be
it in
very
perspective for
easy
you.
for them
Okay.
to
The
prove.
Russian.
Okay,
the
it would be very
Chris,
hold on, come on.
Chow, please.
The Russian
me-
government.
Hold on,
is-
Chris, hold on, Chris. I want to hear from Chow. Chow, please. I didn't hear anything you said.
I think it's very obvious that in any of these reports about the missiles being flown over cities, it hitting airports, there is certainly a risk of civilian casualties for sure. But if that were the case, then 100% the Ukrainian sources, the news sources, would have reported that for sure. No doubt about it. If they didn't, I don't know why they wouldn't do it. Like that's a good PR move for them. Now I sound like a sociopath that like I'm thinking about deaths as like a PR move and like the objectives of whatnot. Sure, I get that, but like I get the non-zero chance and whatnot. But just as you guys said, that this is a developing situation, we have to be really careful and really responsible about the information that we're talking about. And if you're going to be saying that there are civilian casualties, you probably have to back it up with a report. Okay, awesome. I haven't seen it. I would like to see reports.
Yeah, but
because it's really that's really
there's
serious.
reports that are up to 8 hours old, right? That report apartment complex near the Kharkov airport was hit during the airstrike. There's a number of casualties unknown. There's obviously wounded people standing right there and dead people like that being covered up by blankets. Like this is like it's not hard to find that there's evidence of civilian casualties everywhere.
Well, I'm sorry. There's a lot of report. There's a lot of reports going on. So like when I'm asking you, I'm not saying that I don't believe you, okay? But I would just
I'm just saying, yeah, if you haven't seen them, you haven't looked. They're everywhere.
You literally just said that it's unlikely there are civilian casualties, but that's fine. Anyway, I'd like
well,
to.
Revolt, I'm sorry. It's because I'm looking at the live feed of r/Real News, and I just haven't seen that.
Yeah, you're
okay.
You're
Wait, so what should I be?
You're being psyops.
Yeah,
I'm gonna say this right now. What I just said about
psyops.
What I just said about Russia having a history of indiscriminately targeting civilians, that is corroborated through very solid historiograph, like a lot of monitoring. It is a very real fact that Russia does not care about civilian casualties wherever it operates. Okay.
Grozky.
They specifically fund militant groups.
That tells me nothing about the facts on the ground.
Okay, but I'm just saying that it is not reasonable to infer that in every other conflict that Russia has participated in.
That's the only thing you have is an inference. That's the only thing you have is an inference. Now, I really appreciate. Okay, Chris, you're a smart guy, but I really appreciate what Revolt did. Is that he said that there was a source, and did I get it? Is it in my inbox?
I know,
no, it's not in my inbox.
I've been posting them in chat, and I put a couple up there so far.
Yeah, post them in Twitch chat or in VC chat so people can access that. But yeah, go ahead.
Okay, so I just want to make it clear that it is not an unreasonable statement, even if we did not have these sources, which we do, according to Revolt Rise, and thank you for posting that.
Oh my
It is
God! Come on,
reasonable to infer.
you made the statement without the source. That is
It
incredibly
is reasonable to infer when you use
Oh my God!
cruise missiles and when we do these types of attacks, because it happens every single time. It also, again, we have to go back to the fact that this mass exodus of refugees that we are seeing and going to see further and worsen is going to lead to civilian deaths. I don't have any direct proof of that yet, but we know what happens when we have mass exodus of civilians from a war country. We know what goes on. We know what's happened because it's happened in other countries. So it is not unreasonable. It is not something that's out of line to say that this is going to cause hundreds of civilian casualties, and there might already be hundreds of civilian casualties. I don't think that's an unreasonable or unfair thing to say.
I agree.
Until you get something wrong, until you get something wrong without a source and you're spreading misinformation. That's the cost. That's the risk.
Okay, but there is no misinformation right now because one, I'm not claiming that
if I shot a bullet in the middle of nowhere, and nobody got killed, was it okay?
Okay, but there's a difference between a fucking bullet from a firearm
you are that's how we avoid consequences. How we avoid consequences,
especially when there's
is by having careful methodology. How we avoid consequences is by having a careful methodology. Coincidentally, okay, now I'm going to be getting accused of being a Russian psyop or something, okay? Very nice argument, okay? Okay, so like, Chris, this is really funny. So far, you've been very neutral, but then all of a sudden, when you get when you get like some pushback or some disagreement, then like all of a sudden, you start accusing me of like being a Russian spy or something. Is that really is that really good faith? If that's how I'm being treated, then I can't stay here. I can't stay here any longer. No, I'm done. Okay, goodbye. It was nice talking to you, Prime.
Okay.
Maybe I was a little mean.
No, he needed that. I think it is. I maybe calling him psyops was a little much, but again, this isn't misinformation. It's just reminding people of what has happened before, and it is likely to happen again.
Yes, I'm glad you understand.
Yeah, I can literally speak to this in like a unique level of like experience that take it as an anecdote. But like I literally one of the jobs that I had when that I've had in the past, I worked for BAE Systems, before that General Dynamics. In both cases, I worked in missile like systems, control systems, and missile. And like one of my tasks was reviewing like the performance data of missiles that had been fired. Like the amount of error that it can be introduced into any missile system, no matter how accurate or good the system is, like the amount of error that can be introduced in the normal operation of that system is phenomenal. Like anytime that you see like these direct strikes, we're using very expensive, very like accurate technology that is like cutting edge stuff. However, there's a human being that has to put that data into the system. They have to put the target in, and it has to be a good target, and the information had to be correct, and the bad guy has to be there, and all those things have to be right. And like it like they miss all the time. So like just the simple facts of like there haven't been people killed yet. If they're launching cruise missiles, some percentage of those cruise missiles are not going to hit their target. They're going to hit something else. And if they're firing it at military bases and military assets that are in the middle of cultural centers or in like cities, like it's inevitable that there's going to be casualties.
Yeah.
Hey, can I say something? Wick, are you there? Can you hear me? I just want to say, it cannot be responsible to say that there have been casualties when there have been none reported. It can't be in any way. How can that?
What do you mean?
That's the thing, that the Ukrainian government has already reported several hundred casualties.
Several hundred. Okay.
Yes.
Okay. What was? Okay. I've been watching.
They didn't specify if there were military.
Brento, go ahead, please.
I've been watching. I just wanted to specify because I was watching and I heard you have your disagreement with Chow, and I felt like, what was your disagreement with Chow? He felt he needed to leave, but I didn't. I felt that was undue, but apparently he did. But I thought he insinuated that, or I took his argument to be that there were no casualties, and you were insinuating that, judging by Russia's past actions, we could affirm that there
Not
were?
not just Russia's past actions, but the actions of what happens in a war country where people flee, where these types of weapons are used. Um, and again, I do not think it is irresponsible to remind people of the cost of war because this isn't unique
No,
to Russia
there's
conflict.
nothing responsible about reminding people of the cost of war, but you can't. And I'm not. I guess maybe the misunderstanding is I thought that I thought this was the disagreement. You're not insinuating that there are any deaths attributed to Russia that have not been reported as such, correct?
What do you mean? Can you
I
can
mean,
you
I'm just simply saying you're not
rephrase?
reporting any deaths that are reported as specific deaths in result
My
of the conflict.
disagreement my disagreement was this. Chow said it was irresponsible and that it
To do
was
what? To
factually
do what?
incorrect to
Irresponsible to do
make
what?
a statement that Chris did that said they are likely casualties. There are likely
Right. Basically,
hundreds of casualties.
the
Oh,
chain of
okay.
argument went like this. The chain of argument went like this. Like I said that he said that there had been no reported casualties. I said there's reports of casualties. Chris said like it and it like added that it's plausible that these are accurate reports because of the past history of the way that Russia
Yes,
handled
I'm
these.
providing like a foundation for my claims. Like
Okay. Okay.
they're
Okay.
not unfounded.
But you're not
Like,
insinuating that they are fact.
well, I don't know if they're fact.
It's
Nobody
likely.
knows
He's
because
saying likely.
Yeah, there's
Ukraine's entire
reported.
cyber infrastructure has been fucking blown to bits. The information we're getting is from TikTok, from other fucking social media sites. Like the fact of the matter is that it is ground zero in a lot of Ukraine right now, and we're not going to have accurate information. But again,
Yeah, to
based
expect
on
accurate information.
yeah,
To expect
based
accurate
based
information is just silly.
yeah, exactly. When you have humanitarian crises such as this, like the first day is always the worst because it's just a massive influx of information, and it's really impossible to discern what's real and what isn't, especially when it happens so quickly with information being so readily available in a lot of different capacities. We find a lot of ways to communicate with each other. But my point is to just again reiterate every action that Russia has taken in the past has resulted in a tremendous amount of civilian casualties. And as Wick said, war in general, especially in this day and age when we have perfected the methodology of killing one another,
Yes.
is brutal and gruesome. I'd like to draw attention real quick to loitering munitions and their like implication in this war. That's a big because it's a huge ethical debate. Basically, the loitering munitions, in particular, autonomous
Could you
munitions.
explain what that means?
Loitering munitions are drones, killer drones, basically.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay.
So in Nagorno-Karabakh, they were used extensively as kamikaze drones to really precisely like obliterate positions very far off the front lines. Like they were killing people 5-6 miles off the front lines with incredible precision. And Russia and NATO have like really put in a lot of money into loitering munitions. And the killer is that these drones are fully autonomous, meaning that they are
Fully
run by
autonomous.
they are run by artificial intelligence.
That is the most terrifying thing anyone has
yes,
said to
yes,
me in
yes,
my
yes.
entire life.
Which is why that this conflict and this conflict in particular has very real possibility of escalating out of control. Because when you trust, and by the way, this has been used in combat before. In 2020, the Turkish military employed it in Libya, where it killed rebels in Libya on its own, completely independently. And every modern military, like the U.S. and Russia, both have a pretty significant stockpile of loitering munitions with autonomous capabilities. So it's definitely fucking terrifying. It's like very scary.
Do our responses address your concern, Bento Box?
I still don't. I guess I perceived the same meaning that Senpai Chow did, and then he left, even though I didn't feel he should have left. And I still don't know since that's what I saw, and that seems like to be what he saw, and means like I missed something. Maybe he did, but I guess I still don't know what the disagreement is. So I'm sorry I don't. But
Again,
maybe
what I object to is that in order to to even make his insistence that to even make a claim that this is likely that we need firm data and firm reports, I reject that. I do not think we need it to say that this is likely, because we know, again, Revolt Rise here has worked with those munition systems before. He knows how they work. And we've seen the results of wars in various different countries in the past. We know how refugee exoduses work and the disaster that falls. All these things are not new to the human experience. And we can draw on the
That's
data
true.
of past experience, and we can reasonably extrapolate what is likely to happen. Likely, not certain, but likely.
Does
that make sense?
you can. Yes, that makes perfect sense. Now this is going to sound like the smallest hair to split, but I do feel like this is where it is.
You don't have to split it. You don't have to.
No. This is I'll tell you where the split is. I'm just talking about the split. I think it's when you say likely will happen and likely has happened. Because if you say it likely has happened, then you are inferring that murder has occurred. If you're saying likely will happen,
well, I can
you're
say
inferring it's possible, and that's always could be true. That could always be
so
true.
let me square this circle for you. So the reason I can say it likely has happened is because, again, we cannot get accurate information right now from the ground in Ukraine. We just cannot. It's chaos there. There's a large amount of cyber warfare that's probably still ongoing. Their communication systems are being shut down. We're getting news from Twitter. We're getting news from citizens with their handheld phones. You know what I mean?
I was watching the broadcast on Prime, but all they would ever say, "We heard a loud boom. What was it? We don't know." Okay,
Exactly.
that was all. That was all
So,
they said. And I'm like,
again,
well, okay,
we know that there is fighting occurring. We know that
There's footage of artillery dropping on Ukrainian cities. I sent it to Ron.
and so it's not unreasonable to infer that some civilians probably died in that.
That's not unreasonable.
Okay.
It's not unreasonable
Then we're
to
good.
say that they. Okay, but I mean,
That's our point.
we don't know. I guess I guess at a certain point, I still feel like there's a sense of precaution that should be used, but that's okay.
So
I understand what you're
when we
saying.
are overcautious, it's almost as harmful as being undercautious. Does that make sense?
No, it's not. No.
You don't think so?
I do think overcaution has its downfalls, and I think it can be extremely detrimental. But I think overcaution is better than under. At least when you're speaking about things.
I won't debate on that. Okay, that's a very real possibility. I don't know.
Yeah.
Again, I would like to reiterate, nothing happening right now really be a surprise. There's like very real historical foundation for this, and it is just a continuation of a struggle that's probably going to keep on being an issue for a while, unless we manage to blow ourselves up, which is always a real possibility in these situations, because nobody thought World War II was going to escalate to where it was.
Oh, come on now. Oh, yeah, that's true. That's true.
Yeah.
World War II.
Yeah.
I thought you were going to say 3. I was like, come on, buddy. Come on. Don't go there yet.
We're not there yet.
We're not there
It
yet.
could
It's okay.
be.
I don't know.
Very real possibility.
Or it could be just like any of the other conflicts that are happening across the globe all the time that we either didn't hear about in the news or did. I don't know, but we'll
And
see.
fun fact, we all like we pay for the taxpayer pays for those.
So
wars.
if for me,
that's a different story, like different.
So
Go ahead, Prime.
I don't know. It's just look. First of all, I'll make it clear. I'll own up to it. I was wrong initially. I didn't think they would invade.
I didn't say either.
Yeah. So I'll own up to it. You know, my mistake. I said on stream. So but I guess maybe I'm being optimistic. Maybe I'm being naive. And other people can decide for that, and history will decide. Certainly, right? But I feel like cooler heads will prevail, right? Like the Russians aren't on some sort of genocidal like crusade across this nation, right? I'm partial to what Revolt Rise was saying, and that hey, let's take as much territory as we can. Like, knock down this military that doesn't seem like it'll put up much of a fight any which way, right? So the losses to us will be pretty minimal. Take as much land. So you all know, we weren't fucking around. We're actually serious. And from there, start making concessions, right? But from a place of like strength.
I don't think you start making concessions from a place of strength.
No. I'm sorry. I get concessions. I apologize.
Negotiating from a place of strength.
Yeah, negotiating, getting concessions from like NATO and my fault.
Yeah.
So where I would say that like I get that is very well might occur, but even in the best case scenario there, assuming that is like the best realistic case scenario, there's going to we can likely infer that there will be a lot of civilian casualties. What that looks like, I can't give you a number, but how many is acceptable? If it's only a couple hundred, is that okay? If it's only a couple thousand, is that okay? Is that not a crisis? Is that not horrific and terrible?
I'm not minimizing that. Like, trust me, I am not the one to ever
Fair.
minimize.
That's fair.
I get highly upset when other people minimize it. I'm just talking about this piece right now. But like, I do not at all think that like there's some easy price to pay for the people, right? I meant for the Russians in terms of like their manpower, right?
Nobody
Like,
wins here.
yeah. But
Nobody
not,
wins here.
yeah. For the Russians in terms of like, you know, their loss of life in terms of their like military, that it'll be light losses there. But for the people, it's terrifying. And whether you die, whether you're maimed, whether you are a survivor, right? Whether you just evacuate to a foreign country and stay there for a bit, and then come back after this is all over, and your house is still standing. Still, it's terrifying. It's traumatic, right? All of that. So like, you won't never get me
I didn't mean to imply it. I'm sorry if I did.
No, that's it's okay. It's okay. But yeah, so I'm just trying to understand like the possible outcomes here, and people are thinking like World War III, right? This is the thing that keeps coming out, whether they're memeing or not, right? People keep saying this thing. I don't think we'll get to that point. I don't think Russia could. And I don't know. In World War III, what would that even fucking look like, right? Other than like a nuclear exchange.
Well, it's actually looks more like World War One by the day.
You think so?
Yeah, like the lines are being drawn like along the same lines that we had during World War One. I mean, if you look at it from the macro level, like I mean, like even the split between France and Germany fighting over power in and amongst the EU is like, and they just had this major breakup over arms deals, which is like literally one of the causes of World War One. It's like it's all starting to play back together, and especially and add on top of that, you got Turkey that's like saying like Erdogan saying that he wants to start a neo-Ottoman empire, and like and France is controlling Lebanon again, so and is majorly involved in Syria, and it's like holy crap, it's literally the same book.
Yeah. And remember, once we open up this Pandora's box where we allow where this becomes a thing, now other countries, they got to be thinking it, you know, like, well, what can I do? China's thinking it right now with Taiwan. What other countries are thinking?
Do you think they saw Afghanistan and they went, look at that?
See, that's a good point, right? So you could look at it through a realist lens, right? Like through the realist view of international relations, where the world's hegemon, the U.S., is in a position where it's economically crippled, right? On the tail end of a military embarrassment, is increasingly taking a more isolationist role in the world and retracting itself from its police role. You know,
it has extremely divisive internal politics.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, yeah. But that matters less to like.
No, I think those are intrinsically related.
No, I disagree. I think that.
How could a divided country not express like a weaker
because no, if anything, a divided country only it serves its intended purposes, and what that is provide the elite with the covertness to wage war and like to conduct business as usual at a macro level. Right?
Wait, do you think it's so limited? Do you think it's limited to the? You think like the U.S.'s influence in internal politics have no influence beyond its borders? Do you think it has no influence on the nature of the aspect in the
I think
health
that
of the country?
I think that fundamentally the like the powers that rule the U.S. and the Western world are corporations fundamentally, especially the U.S., considering the fact that they fund quite literally almost all of Congress, and politicians are beholden to corporate owners, almost all of them.
So
So
are you like
I think that
offloading the entire like responsibility for the country onto the concept of corporation?
it's very obvious that the U.S. as a country is not a democracy.
No, that's not obvious.
Yes, absolutely, it's obvious. To
No, I
anybody,
don't
it's
think
very
so.
obvious
Okay, well,
that
not to me, so I'm
the nation
nobody.
nation state in general is fundamentally opposed to democracy because it's impossible to govern effectively at such a
Do you
huge
not
level.
consider representative democracy to be democracy?
No, especially not when
Okay, well, that's where we disagree.
especially not
Okay.
when elected officials don't actively participate with their constituencies.
Yeah, I
Which
didn't come
almost,
here to discuss like democracy though. Like, I
yeah,
just
I'm sorry.
That's fair.
This
That's
was
fair.
this
We
was
don't
a
have to
bit
get
of
into
a
it.
this
I
was a
guess
bit of
Can I?
a
Well, I know, I understand, and we kind of got down. We kind of got down. We've been going, and we could probably keep going, and we might actually have a lot more to go. But I was just going to say, I do believe that in an internal strife reflects an external like weakening, and I think the same way that people saw what happened in Afghanistan, that the government folded, and that we pulled out, they're just like, oh, what's going to happen here? And you could be like, no, 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 and it's like, yeah, that sucks, but do you want to pretend that's not the case?
What do you mean? I'm sorry.
I mean, it just seems like after Afghanistan, if people
Yeah.
look at that and they say well, why not there? Why there and why not here? And that same why not?
What do you mean? Like, why not?
With I guess I'll be brief. The internal strife and conflict in the United States reflects or can be seen as an expression of like an external weakening or lack of influence. That's my argument. And that
Yeah,
people saw that in Afghanistan.
other countries see the division that America has, and they think that like the country is divided. But no, I mean fundamentally, like what power do you or I have over the decision that fucking Sleepy Joe is going to do? Nothing. Like
No, I
we
think we do.
no, absolutely not.
No, I believe we do.
Absolutely not.
No, I believe we do. Absolutely do. I guess I don't know.
I mean, it hasn't stopped us. It hasn't stopped us from getting involved in plenty of other horrendous conflicts. So, and by the way, like I say this about like every government. It's not just America. Like the government in general in its current state.
So you feel the people are totally disconnected from the government in all respects.
And that's by design.
Okay. Well, that's a fundamental thing. I don't think that's
civic
inherently
engagement in
true.
America doesn't exist fundamentally. You go and you vote because you think
Okay.
you're.
Again, we're
Yeah, I'm sorry.
No,
back to Ukraine. Back to
we would
Ukraine.
love to talk about this and debate about this in the future. It's something that we've talked about in the past. It'll be interesting. Okay, so let's talk about this this fog of war, which I think is interesting, right? Like one, we live in a 24/7 news cycle that is built to kind of just like repeat the old information again and again, and to just like and be like hungry for any new inputs, right? So like to the point where they're saying, well, we heard explosions, like Brent was saying, we heard explosions somewhere in the city, maybe no idea of what, but we'll just keep saying that over and over again.
Maybe it was an airfield.
Yeah, maybe. I don't know. Well,
the good news is Tom Brokaw's not there this time to tell him that, like, oh, the explosions were them shooting at us in the helicopter, when like, that was not the case at all, and he was actually in Saudi Arabia.
This is why it's very hard to get an accurate picture of what's going on. Not only because that's just natural. Even if there were no other factors in play, it's just we don't know because Ukraine's not a small country.
Definitely.
And we don't know where Russia is hitting, where Russia is targeting, where it wants to go. And so there's a lot of information we just like, and news sources especially like to verify it. Added to that, you have the aggressor country who is well versed in propaganda and cyber warfare muddying the waters and doing all they can to pump out as much false information as possible to confuse and distract and disorient, it makes it very, very hard to get an accurate picture of what is happening on the ground. It is very, very, because like, did they put boots on the ground in Odessa? I heard conflicting reports. Some people said Moldova was under attack, and then they retracted that. No one really knows what is going on. It's going to take us a few days to piece together what happened, and then we will have to go and rearrange the puzzle pieces that we can find and paint as accurate a picture as we can as civilians. I'm sure the military has satellites there, and they have other sources of information, but those two are not perfect and are subject to this fog of war they talk about. So we take everything you hear with a grain of salt, because again, no one is sure. And second of all, again, you have to realize that Russia has every incentive to lie to you about this. Every incentive. So we cannot, like, when they say things like, we took out the Ukrainian airfields and we have dominated the airspace. It's almost meaningless at this point. We cannot use that as accurate data. It's just not accurate data at this point until we get more. I don't know. That's my thoughts.
Vote Bryce?
Yeah, what Wick just said is largely true. But however, it's not impossible to have accurate data, right? Like, it's just in the fog of war, you end up with a lot of inaccurate data. A lot of these claims, like, I've already been able to find like multiple videos, because I've been watching this for weeks. Like, now, like, there's multiple videos of alleged rocket strikes that are not from here. They're from U.S. strikes in Syria last week, and U.S. strikes or previous strikes that happened against Iran or Iranian militias in Iraq, like years and years ago. Like, there's been several cases of those type things showing up. So, like, there's a bunch of that type of misinformation that happens. But there's also, like, in any of these videos, you can identify, like, triangulate where you are. You can look on map. You can use Street View. We all know about the world, the game where the world GeoGuessr. Like, you can do a lot of OSINT investigation and verify that these are legitimate, like, videos, and that what you're seeing is where they say it is. If you do that, there's a ton of information out there. That's good. But
exactly.
The majority of people are not doing that. They're just retweeting and retweeting and retweeting and passing along, like, these claims. And that's when it gets really, really dangerous. And it's one thing that, like, the reason why the news is, like, slow to react. The one piece of credit I can give them is that they often take more verification than what we would give to passing along a video on Twitter.
Yeah, I mean, to the trained eye, you can tell if something is fake. Like, especially if it's footage from, like, Afghanistan or Syria. Like, if you just knowing geography in general will tell you that, like, there aren't deserts in Ukraine.
Yeah, right. And to the extent that there are, there's snow on them right now.
Yeah, exactly. It's cold.
Yeah.
So
go ahead, Chris. You can go, and then I want to hear Brento. Like, what are your thoughts on like, because you were touching on it when you first jumped in.
Go ahead.
The idea of this information and, like, this fog of war, and like what can we what is it we can actually really glean at this point?
Yeah.
Right? Like, being so far away, like, having scattered news sources, having videos on Twitter. I think Revolt Bites just actually made a really good point, is that we were criticizing the news networks for not being as fast as Twitter, but you can also, like, have a strike in Syria, right? And people are like, oh no, look at this. Oh, how could this happen? Whatever. This is happening in Ukraine, right? That shit happens all the fucking time, right? So, like, what as an audience should we be, like, gleaning from all of this, right? Like, what is useful,
Yeah. Well, someone else can speak, and then I can go over.
You can go, Brento. Go ahead.
Sure. I don't know. I'll tell you the truth. I was in the same boat with you. I felt like there was a lot of. I was just hearing about it for so long, And I was like, I don't know, man. I hear this stuff all the time, so I don't know. Are they going to invade? What are they going to do? And I actually didn't expect it to happen. And it's happening, in this way. And I was watching on your channel, and they say like, we're hearing bombs, we're hearing booms, we're hearing booms. What are they? It's like, we don't know. We think they're missiles. It's like, okay. I mean, they might be very much, but I should probably. I really don't know. So I guess I don't have an answer, man. I don't have an answer. I'm sorry. I wish I knew entirely. I trust the reports of what I hear coming in. I guess I'm just watching it happen. I'm sorry. I have no.
No, it's fine. I mean,
insight.
it's
It's occurring as I'm watching it occur.
Yeah.
We'll see. We'll
So,
see. And then I'll sound like I know what I'm talking about later.
Yeah,
Later. Later,
it's
I'll
an
be smart.
impossible
I'll be
task.
smart later in the future. I'll know what to have done in the past.
and it's okay. It's okay not to know. It's okay to realize and to admit, like, hey, I have no idea. And I think that like that's a wise thing to do, because
Much
when
better
we
than
start,
saying
yeah,
what you do
when
you
you
don't.
start
At least very
pretending
least.
you know, or like you begin to believe your own bullshit to an extent, and
Well,
you
yeah, confirmation bias. That's what I was gonna say. It's a nearly impossible task to delineate what is everything that you're being given is propaganda for somebody, even if they don't mean it to be necessarily. The people on the ground have a certain feeling about the people that are throwing bombs at them, no matter what, right? So it's you're gonna be getting biased no matter where you get the footage from, no matter where you get the commentary from. The United States is just as bad, in my opinion, as the Russians and the Chinese as far as their state-owned news versus our MSNBC, WAPO, and New York Times. I think that we can point to all kinds of egregious like lies that were printed that were on behest of the either the CIA or the State Department that were complete bullshit, and so you have to be very like critical. That doesn't mean everything is a lie. You know what I mean? And so you can't take that, but like try to get varied sources. Try to look at like Al Jazeera, see if there's other reporting from other agencies that are maybe the Chinese government. If the Chinese government and the U.S. government agree on something, you can bet that it probably happened, right? But like it's very rare that is the case. But like that's one of the ways that you can look for a good source. And then the other thing you can do is just like have both sides takes right now and just come back and clip it later. You know what I mean? Like Russia's not going to invade. I guarantee it. And like I also guarantee that they will invade. And then tomorrow we'll make the clip and nobody will ever watch the VOD.
Believing nothing you hear from the U.S. intelligence is just as stupid as believing everything you hear.
Correct. That is absolutely correct.
We have to use our heads, use reason, use other sources, as Revolt Rise was saying. I do want to actually stress that a lot of the reasons that, especially nowadays, we are kind of suffering a epistemological kind of crisis, because of the fact that in the past, the U.S. intelligence has lied to us over and over and over again. So it is not an unreasonable thing to go in not believing what the American government is telling you. Like, there are examples in the past we can look to, but it is a fallacy to assume that just because someone has lied before, that they're always going to lie in the future. And we have to recognize that sometimes we can over contextualize things and drag out too much shit from the past, when what's happening now needs to be taken in the now. Yes, context is important, but we have to realize that these things are also kind of I'm sorry, it's a little late and I'm a little stressed, but these things are kind of things you have to kind of take one instance at a time. You cannot simply say, oh, well, the American government is just lying to me. Of course they are. I can never believe them. Don't do that. You're going to, well, you've seen how many people have had some bad takes in the past because they have. So,
thank you. I just wanted to take a moment to thank first Mythic Politics for resubbing. Nice. Thank you so much for resubbing for 2 months. And then thank you, Crystal Clear Art, for gifting 5 subs to the community. That's awfully kind of you, Crystal. Seriously, you've been a really good viewer, right? Very valuable member of our community. I say it all the time, Crystal, but I'm glad you're here. Not just when you're giving me money, but like just in general. Thank you, Crystal. Hey, if we get one more individual person, we can start ourselves a hype train, wouldn't that be great? Help us, pay for the stream, so we can do these things for you. Stick around, have these discussions with these individuals, right? And kind of just be here for each other during these times. These are stressful times, right?
It really is a stressful time
I don't
for a
know
lot
how
of people.
many of us are like in the direct line of fire. I don't think I have many people from that region watching, but still, it's stressful times. Any which way, we're always here. We're always here. And so if you appreciate this, if you like what we do, be so kind, help us out by subbing to the channel, gifting bits, gifting subs. You'll get our emotes, you'll get ad viewing, access to Sublink Price by Discord. Thank you for those who've supported so far. But yeah, if we get another person, we can start that. That'd be really great. Support this community so that I can keep supporting you, right? Be here until the wee hours of the night, discussing what's happening on the other side of the world, and hoping for peace. So yeah, just help us out if you could. But thank you, Crystal Clear and Mythic. Okay. Yeah. What was I going to say? In terms of the you were we were talking about to Brento, and Brento said like, yeah, he didn't have an answer to this, which I think is fair, right? Like, what are we supposed to glean from all this? Oh, thank you, Happy Whitney, for the kind sub. Hello, Happy Whitney. Nice to meet you. Thank you for subbing. Means a ton, does a lot. Because of that. Oh, and another person subbed. Oh, thank you. Social Degradation for the kind sub. Hey, that's really kind of you both. Thank you for that, helping us out. Because of that, we're at level 2 hype train, 4.5 minutes left on the clock, 13% done. 80, was it? No, that changed. Okay, 25% done, 75% left. Can we get to level 3 hype train? Help us out. Support us, right? 4 minutes left on the clock. Subs to the channel, give bits, give subs. If you have a resub, use that resub. That'll also count. Help out the hype train as well. You can continue your sub if you've got a sub from a kind donor, right? So help us out that way. And yeah, support this community, and I will keep being here as I always am, 6 nights a week. Oh, also, if you're new here, hit that follow button. If you haven't just walk in from the cold outside, and you're new to the channel, hit that follow button right now. Because we're always around. We do this 6 nights a week. We usually have these panels where we discuss these things, right? And give people a space to talk. Some people with a bit more insight on these subjects than I do, right? So I appreciate the people who are sharing this panel space with me right now, because they have a lot more insight into this than me, right? I had no problem asserting myself when I think I have a good opinion on things. I don't think I do here. So I'm thankful to them. But we have this space because people like you at home, you support us, you keep us up and running. Yeah, help us out, fill out this hype train. Let's see if we get to level 3 hype train. 25% done, 75% left, 3 minutes on the clock. But thank you for the kind people who've helped us out so far. Subs to the channel, give bits or give subs. Okay, I was gonna say something to Brento. So yeah, I think it's fair that to not have an idea as to like what to do as a viewer, and like I don't have a really good answer to this either, right? Like when you're sitting here when these grand events are happening, and especially when there's like violence in the street, because violence disrupts like information flow, right? It disrupts people's ability to safely figure out what is going on, right? Like any live event is kind of chaotic, right? And there'll be misinformation, but when specifically there's violence happening, people are scared, and I'm panicking, and maybe they thought they heard something, maybe like they like to a person who has never actually had a cruise missile explode anywhere near them, right? They might not know what that is. They know cruise missiles are flying, but they may think, I've heard a loud noise. That might be a missile, right? I don't know, but I'm going to report it, right? And then it's passed up. It's like, oh, in this region, this new region, there was a cruise missile landing. And yeah, it's like, okay, I guess that's news now. But it might not be the case. And so it's very tough to parse all these things in these moments, right? It's very, very tough to do that.
Yeah.
And as people who are just so far away from this and relying on secondhand, third-hand information, I guess I think the biggest thing is for people to just like feel that they're connected to what's happening. If it's something that they're up late watching, then they're obviously worried and they want to be connected to what's going on. And I guess the best you can do is like take in the broad strokes, right? Like what do we know? Like there's an invasion happening, right? That there is military action, that there are strikes somewhere. Can't be exactly sure where. Can't exactly be sure how many people are hurt, right? Though you can probably guess that people are hurt.
Can I
Go ahead.
Can I ask a question?
Please go ahead.
If the U.S. does nothing, is anyone else going to do anything?
Well, we haven't done nothing,
I
right? We haven't done
I
anything. We've had sanctions.
yeah,
Okay,
but
sanctions,
to a
but
particular
not
extent,
military.
the sanctions are also part of the problem here, fundamentally, because they've put Putin in a position where he's so desperate that he's invaded Ukraine. So it really begs the question: like, were sanctions the effective means of countering Russian aggression? Clearly
No.
not. If they didn't deter him from invading Ukraine proper.
I wouldn't say that that they put him in a position where he had to. I think that kind of framing is unhelpful. I don't think it's true. Putin has wanted the Ukraine for a long, long time. This
I mean, that
isn't
is also
something that's new. It may have sped it up, perhaps, but this was going to happen, regardless of if we had sanctioned him or not.
yeah. I mean, so but that's my point. Is that really a response by NATO?
Fair. That's
You
fair.
know, and the point of NATO is collective security, and a nation state like Ukraine that's like repeatedly expressed interest, uh, which is tongue in cheek, like let us into NATO, please. We don't want to be invaded by Russia. You know, um, it shows that like if they're not willing to like defend what they see as a less important country, uh, what's to say that like if Poland gets invaded tomorrow, right, and they invoke Article 5, will NATO collectively respond? Like this is the first test that NATO has gotten fundamentally. Like this is gonna their response to Ukraine will show like what their intentions are collectively. And if the elephant in the room is Ukraine, like it'll show their true intentions, like as individual member states of NATO, and which ultimately make up the entire organization. You know.
So yeah, it's a very dangerous and precarious position because there are risks no matter what NATO decides to do here. If NATO, Chris very well outlined a lot of the risks of if they do nothing, but there are also risks if we act in any sort of military capacity.
Exactly. I agree.
And so I won't pretend to have the information I need to know to say what NATO should do or what NATO will do. I do not know. I do not have access to the information I would need to make a decision like that. I can only say that I am very concerned that if we do nothing, as Chris said, it's just going to. We at some point we will have to do something because this will keep happening, whether it be Russia or China or another country that gets the grand idea that no one's going to stop them. Uh, there has to be a point where we draw a line. I don't know where we should, but we have to do something at some point. That's all.
Yeah, it's fucked. I have some more information. It's not like I trust this source. I would understand why people wouldn't necessarily trust it, but this source is like this guy's like an independent journalist. He does like a lot of like OSINT stuff, and I respect him as a journalist. But again, to each their own. If you don't want to feel comfortable with my sources,
Just
that's
go ahead.
fine.
Just go ahead. Just go
I
ahead.
posted them in VC chat.
Okay.
There's footage of the first thing that I posted was a destroyed BMP. I'm sorry, a destroyed BTR. It's not necessarily graphic, but it's a burning vehicle, which it got hit by an airstrike from a Russian aircraft. And then the second post is what's supposedly traffic jams coming out of Kiev of civilians trying to evacuate the city. And then the last post is allegedly Ukrainian armament being thrown back at Russian forces. Again, as we've been trying to say, a lot of this is very not clear. Yeah.
Yeah.
Sorry, it's getting late and I'm tired, but
no problem.
Take it with a grain of salt for now, but that's the information.
And
yeah, things to keep in mind. There's no proving when these videos are from most of the time, where they are most of the time, and what they're actually showing. So you see a military vehicle blown up, like Ukraine could be saying this is one of ours. These are our casualties, and Russia will be saying those are our casualties. And there's no way to tell because they both drive the same military trucks.
Exactly. Yes, that's a very good point. Very good point.
Like what basically, like when you see a situation like that, if you see that there's you can confirm that there's casualties, you understand that there's casualties, but it's very difficult to ascribe which side they belong to, just that there are dead people, right?
Yeah, exactly.
I think that's a very good point.
To piggyback real quick, if that's fine, just to clarify, what Revolt said about using similar equipment is incredibly true. Like most of Ukraine's armored vehicles and their are Russian. Or Soviet bloc in general. They use BTRs, BMPs, Soviet Soviet design vehicles. So that does also add to the confusion.
Yes.
Go ahead. Wait, sure.
No, I'm just getting people linking me more sources here. I'll add it. It looks like a warehouse of the armed forces of the Ukraine in Vinistia region. I'm sorry with the pronunciations. It's just it's exploded. It's done. I'll post it in the VC chat and in your Twitch chat.
Yeah, it looks like that footage is from a little while ago. Actually, even though the tweet's new, it was from yesterday afternoon, and it's been confirmed that in that same area as that explosion. I don't know if the explosion is this or not, but there was a military depot storing explosives. Whether that means it was ammunition for small arms or if it was weapons that were like missiles or bombs, I'm not sure. But they according to Ukraine itself or the Ukraine State Department has acknowledged that was blown up.
Yeah.
In terms of the images that we get out of here, do you think there is a purpose to have more graphic images?
Yes.
Absolutely.
Okay.
Absolutely.
The reason war photography is important is because it shows the public who are not near there, who would normally not see anything. It brings home the true horrors of war, and that serves a purpose and a value.
World War I is a perfect example of that. Like if you look into the culture of the countries before the war, they all thought it was going to be 6 months of very noble fighting, and there was going to be a lot of glory for the guys, and they were going to come home and they were going to have beers, and everybody was going to be a winner. And they thought it was just going to be that easy. And instead, what they got was trench warfare with millions of casualties protracted over this like 5 years, and in the course of which there was introduced chemical weapons and diseases and all sorts of horrors that the people that lived were in often cases worse off than the people who were killed. So it's the bringing the reality of war, I think, is a good thing for the zeitgeist because it'll make more people more adverse to having wars.
Yeah, I agree. I don't think you should if you're doing war photography, nothing should be censored.
Okay. All right. Well, all right. So, before I jump on that, Brento, do you feel the same way?
About showing graphic scenes in war, graphic scenes of war.
Yeah.
You should show the reality of war.
Yeah.
So, okay, where should these things be, right? So most people get their news through visual media these days, right? So it's less the cover of Time, right? And the little girl on fire, right? The napalmed child,
Yes.
right? So it's less of those still images. So those can still be very powerful, but it's through video. So are you saying that you'd you would prefer that we see some graphic images,
Yes.
maybe of bodies or something, mangled bodies? on TV.
Yes.
It's not that
Absolutely. Yes.
it's not to say I would never say that I would prefer it like that. I would only say that if that is relevant to the situation to express the reality of what is occurring, then it can be shown. Yes.
I think it's necessary. It's like to show war in its full horror,
Exactly.
because otherwise it becomes mistaken for glory, as
Yes.
Revolt Rise gave us the historical example there. And we have to show the public, who would again never be exposed to these things, what is happening. And in order to do so in an accurate manner, you have to show the full extent of what the result is. It's not just like when Putin tries to put out his propaganda saying, "Oh, he's just going in to get back the Russian-speaking population that, and it's going to be a war of protection." No, you show what has resulted from his decisions. You show the bodies. You show the destruction, devastation. Do not censor it. Do not blur it out. Let it be known.
That's a problem that media has in general. They don't show enough of what actually happened, and that's I mean there's good reason for that. I mean obviously like they have an agenda to fulfill, corporate media, and they don't want people to like stop watching. Because if
Well,
you're
no, hold on, hold
constantly
on.
being
If it bleeds, it leads, right? So, like that would get eyes on it.
yeah, but they don't want it to be too violent that it like disturbs people
And
genuinely.
it depends on who's bleeding. Like if
Yeah,
it's a bunch of white
exactly.
kids,
They don't
if it's a
they
bunch
they
of
don't
white kids bleeding, then
Yeah,
yes,
they're gonna
please lead. But
Do they show a lot of black kids leading or something?
exactly, exactly. That's the
if
part
Boko
problem.
Haram if
Yeah,
Boko
they have
Haram
to
goes
do that
and
either.
massacres a fucking village in Nigeria, it gets like a day of like press, maybe, and then it's like never talked about again. Like violence and warfare are only covered when it impacts like Western people. But like unless you show the full brutality and the horror that is like modern warfare, people will continue to advocate for it. And that's a problem because more and more people will continue to die and we'll just continue to destroy ourselves like we have for all of human history. You need to show people the reality because most people don't like seeing people blown to bits. Okay. That's the only way to get people, Western people to like sympathize with the plight of the rest of the world,
So do you think
showing them.
do you think there are images like this that are current that were not being shown for any
I mean,
particular reason?
absolutely. There's so much footage of all this barbaric shit that goes on all around the world.
But no, I
And
mean
nobody.
now in this
Oh,
situation.
now, yeah, definitely.
Most likely, yes.
I'm seeing things that look pretty legit, like bodies of Ukrainian soldiers and like burning vehicles. That's the reality. But they're not going to publish that on CNN. That's not what gets posted. They post big explosions and flashy shit.
Yeah, but I mean,
none of the reality.
you could find this shit on Reddit. You could find this shit on Twitter.
Yeah,
You can find
exactly.
this shit in other
But
places.
it's
Are
not.
you
It's
seeing
not.
this
My
now?
point is that it's not being given through mainstream media.
But
Like the
If-
algorithm is not promoting it, and so it's far less likely that you'll see it. Does that make sense?
And in fact, social media actively suppresses graphic imagery like that. They've targeted a lot of like independent journalists repeatedly by shadow banning accounts, by outright deleting or disabling social media accounts that publish like independent news, right, and cover these conflicts. I mean, even yesterday, the Russian like it's suspected that the Russian like military like targeted a bunch of OSINT accounts by simultaneously mass reporting them with a ton of bots on Twitter. And a ton of these like like independent journalists had their just got deplatformed because the algorithm was like, oh, this account's getting mass reported, there must be something wrong, and the Russians are being like accused of weaponizing,
It's
like
almost as
weaponizing Twitter.
yeah, it's almost amazing that we're getting the amount of information we are.
Yes, I agree wholeheartedly.
And that, I think that speaks, and that's a note of optimism. It speaks to the power of public reporting. It speaks to the power of everyone having a cell phone in their pocket, being able to kind of bypass some of the strictures in place that the corporations and that governments have put in place. It's a good thing. It's a good thing.
Definitely.
Sure. Can I ask you guys now? I think Prime asked earlier. I'm just gonna ask it again since I don't necessarily feel like I know the answer yet. What do you think's gonna happen?
That's a good question. I mean, Wick, do you want to give your take
No,
first?
I mean,
have
I
my
already
take.
did.
It's a bit
I already
long.
did.
It's a bit long-winded.
Same answer. Go ahead. I already said this earlier.
1 minute. Bam. Do it.
One minute. All right. So I think that NATO splinters.
Wow.
I think that
Wow. That's pretty heavy.
I think that some European countries will respond, particularly the UK and Poland, just because of their defensive pact. But I think that the rest of NATO is kind of like going to sit around. Maybe the Baltic states, because they provided quite a bit of material aid to Ukraine. By Baltics, I mean Estonia, Latvia, Lithuania. But I don't know. I mean, all these countries have a vested interest in like curtail Russian expansion. The countries that are more detached in NATO, like Germany, France, there doesn't seem to be much of a willingness to go to war.
1 minute. 15 seconds.
I mean, this is all speculative. It's just based off of my.
Yeah, speculative.
This is my like prediction.
This
but,
is
like,
your
don't
crystal
take it with a
ball,
grain of
bro.
salt because I don't know everything. This is just what I'm thinking based off of the information that I have.
Yeah, that makes sense. Okay, that's fair.
Again, take it with a grain of salt.
Gospel truth.
Yeah.
Talk to this guy if anything else happens. It's his
I
fault. Gotcha.
I would be surprised if NATO splintered over this. I do not see that occurring, but I could again, if anyone tells you they know what they're going to happen for sure, they're lying to you. So
I think there's a lot of reasons. I mean, I'm less concerned about NATO than I am about the EU in general. Like, I think the EU is on a bit of a rocky situation right now. But like, I think that NATO is going to stay together simply because of the interest of everybody involved. Like, France doesn't have a navy that's going to protect it and its neighbors from attack from, you know what I mean? Like Russia in any kind of meaningful way. I don't think any of the individual states. I mean, Germany would probably be the best example, and even it's not probably going to be able to withstand a Russian attack on its own. I think they're all so dependent or codependent on both each other and the United States that I don't think it's going to go anywhere. I think that like my analysis hasn't changed based on anything that we've seen so far tonight. Like, I think that Russia's going to try to get as much territory as they can in about a week. Wherever they end up, they're going to try to avoid major protracted conflicts where there's actual gunfighting happening. They want to avoid civilian casualties for a number of reasons, and I think they're going to come back to the negotiating table once they have whatever amount of territory that results in.
Hey, Chris, when you say NATO breaks up, are you saying 10 or 20 years, or are you saying this year or 5 years?
No, I'm saying in a couple of weeks.
Fuck!
A couple of
never
weeks?
Mind. Okay.
The reason
NATO's gonna evolve in weeks.
What do you mean by splinter too? Do you mean simply that different factions make different decisions, but the alliance stays in place?
Let me clarify. Okay, when I say NATO splinters, I mean I don't mean like the entire like organization collapse, right? I'm just saying that the response itself is going to be very mixed. Like, not everybody's going to contribute. And when I say splinter, I mean that defeats the entire purpose of NATO, which is collective security. If
I think it's pretty self-evident.
Let me finish. If it isn't a collective, unified response by every single member state of NATO, that breaks the entire foundation of NATO. And I think that some people are too optimistic and expect world leaders to act in a rational way. The rational decision right now is to come together and counter Russian aggression. That's it. But these countries have shown that they don't really have much of a willingness to do so. Particularly Germany. That's just the reality. And when one of the strongest militaries in NATO and in the EU in general, the financial powerhouse, says that starts pussyfooting, it's pretty indicative of the state of affairs. That's my line of reasoning. I could be totally wrong. Okay, I'm not.
Well, yeah. I mean, if you're right, massive irony to be found in the fact that like neoliberal like philosophy is going to result in Russia overtaking NATO. You know what I mean, or undermining its ability to
Yeah,
be.
it's all bullshit. It's all bullshit.
But it basically comes down to oil, right?
It'd be like that sometimes, bro. It really do. I don't know what else to say to that. That's a can of worms.
I would say that okay, I will say this. Again, I don't know what will happen, but I will say if this does not show NATO the value of and the importance that they need to have a unified collective front to oppose this in whichever way they deem necessary, then yes, it's going to be catastrophic for NATO. It's going to undermine them entirely. So these next few days and the response of NATO is going to be telling. They need to. They need to have a unified front, or else Chris's prediction will come true, and I hope to God it doesn't.
I mean, I don't think I'm wrong. Fundamentally,
Well, I'm not certain enough of this to make a.
I mean, and the biggest telltale sign is the U.S. response. Like we've mentioned several times today. Like, what is the U.S. government doing right now? You know, are we going to throw more sanctions? Because the sanctions really stopped Russia. Like,
Yeah, but the argument could be made it did slow them down.
Could it be?
I don't buy that.
It did cripple their economy. Like it hurt. You know what I mean?
But that's the thing, though. That's my point. My point is that now they're in this position because of the sanctions imposed. And now this isn't to defend Russia because Russia is very clearly the aggressor here. But it begs the question again. You know, are sanctions really the correct choice here? You know, if we're looking at it from like a realist perspective. You know,
you got here through sanctions. Like they've been sanctioned and they were able to still get this far. And so, like, I mean, to say that like they've developed basically networks and they've developed like, you know, infrastructure necessary to support where they're currently standing without like, you know, violating sanctions. So, or violating them in ways that they can continue to, like dealing with China, for example. Like China doesn't have any like obligation to observe our sanctions on Russia, and so they don't. So, like, yeah, I don't think that the sanctions that they're putting on them too are useless. It's things like Russian businesses in Ukraine will now have a harder time getting like access to loans. Like, who the fuck cares?
Well, now the sanctions are actually targeting all of Russia.
Yeah, they're doing some pretty strong ones recently. I don't have it in front of me, but I remember reading it and thinking maybe. You know, I don't know. And I guess to. We have to try with sanctions, I think, at first. But I said this yesterday, I said this for the last few days. We cannot take military intervention off the table. We just cannot. I don't know if I would, but we can't say we never will or we shouldn't under any circumstances do it because we have to keep it on the table.
Biden has been flip-flopping on his position for the past 3 weeks. He keeps saying that there are going to be serious consequences for Russia.
Yeah. Look, I'm not happy with how
deploy any troops.
I'm not happy with how the administration has handled it so far at all. They failed on this. It's a failure but at the same time, I don't know if any other administration would have done better.
I mean, yeah, there are reasons for that, definitely. But like the point being, right? Like the U.S. response right now is weak. It is, you know, like the NATO's response is weak. They haven't they just keep barking at you know, they keep barking at Putin. I think that the problem is that Putin really thought that NATO would budge, right? Like despite what I'm saying about the response being weak, they haven't like compromised on anything so far. So
the
that's
traffic
like
is just standstill here.
Because Putin's really he's been trying to get
this is like people trying to get out. It's like it's a live shot. It looks like not. This is standstill traffic. Wow.
What's the word I'm looking for? God. The conditions that he sent NATO were basically, kick all of the Baltic states out of NATO. Get rid of Estonia, Latvia, and Lithuania. We don't want them in NATO anymore. Along with quite a few other countries, which is obviously outrageous, right? And never would have gotten anywhere. And I think that Putin and NATO were like, going back and forth about what was going to go on. And Putin is like, well, the only thing that I have for leverage right now is my military. You know, like I'm going to do some brinkmanship, like in the traditional Russian fashion, right? And it went a little too far when NATO like wouldn't budge, when the EU wouldn't budge with their sanctions, and he was in this position where like, well, shit, like I kind of got to do something because if I don't, I look like a pussy. And I know it sounds pretty funny, like to think of it, but like that's probably how Putin is thinking because that's his entire character, right?
Yeah, and keep in mind, I think Putin knows this that if he had not done this, this was the best time for him to do this. If he
Yeah.
had waited longer, he was just going to get weaker. His position was just going to get weaker, and so
Yeah.
he had to act in some way or sort of fashion. He was hoping, I think, that there would probably be a lot more concessions from NATO. Then he
Yeah.
probably wasn't expecting all the ones he asked for,
Yeah,
obviously.
exactly. That's what you do when you negotiate.
But again, the fact that he didn't get, I think your analysis is spot on here. I'll agree with that. Now that
He
said,
was gambling, like, and he lost the gamble, and he had to go all in. And now he's invaded Ukraine, and we're in a very real and dangerous situation.
said, I do not think I think that NATO did the right thing in not making concessions to this.
And I mean, I agree, to be honest. Like, because giving concessions will just enable them as enable them as an actor.
It would have kicked this can down the road, but there would have eventually been a point where we would have had to be right here again. So it for better or worse, a decision needs to be made now on how we're going to deal with this. It will send a signal to the rest of the world, a signal to China, because China is watching this situation very closely. And I'm beginning to repeat myself, so I'll just.
But I always want to hear more of Wick, right? I don't care.
Do you?
The
Do you
loop
really?
Works for me, right? Like more of your dulcet tones.
I'm exhausted because again, this is something that like I have friends who live in Taiwan, and I really do believe, and maybe I'm just being overly pessimistic, but I really do believe that as Ukraine goes, so does Taiwan eventually. I do see. What? Say again?
I agree. Yeah. I'm going to be honest with you.
Yeah, and so I've been to Taiwan. They do not want China coming in and exerting full invasive control. They have a very weird relationship right now. It's not fully in. It's a weird. I'm not going to go into it. It's late, and I would need to get my ducks in a row research wise to let you know exactly how that situation is. But China, this is more than just a resource calculation with China. This means a lot to them. This is national unity to them, and it's very, very important. Again, Taiwan is the remnants of the people who lost the war to communist China. When the Republic of China lost that war, that's where they fled. They fled to Taiwan. And so it's a matter of national pride for China to have that back. And that scares me if NATO does not step up, if America does not step up when it comes to Ukraine, and I don't have the answer on to how, then China, it's going to go through their minds. I don't know what they will decide, but the fact that it will change the calculation for them. And they've already had several flashpoints in the last couple decades over Taiwan that it's just it's.
Do you think they're even waiting now? Do you think they're even waiting to see what happens, or do you think they're just seeing right now what's happening and just planning? I'm sure that's the case.
Yeah, I mean, for sure they're studying this like football coaches watch fucking playback from last week. You know what I mean? It's like they're going over the tapes. They're going over every analysis possible of every interaction that they've seen publicly, any detail they can get from their intelligence. You know what I mean? All that stuff is on the table because like this is like there's no like this is how the United States deals with current crises in the exact economy, exact like world, the exact temperature of the planet. You know what I mean? Like that we are in right now. You don't have to look at analogs from that history where they're close but not exactly the same. Like this is how we're dealing with it right now. So that's what they're obviously going to just pick it apart and do everything they can to make as much inference as possible. I think that like the United States might not have shown the type of strength that the United States is used to seeing. I don't think that we look particularly weak. I think we probably look stupid, if anything. Like it looks like we made some mistakes, especially in the negotiating that happened between Blinken and his I forget what his equivalent Russian guy's name is, but basically like we went into the talks with the media story being that there was essentially at this point no risk at all of there being any kind of ground conflict, and they just needed to negotiate the terms over how it was going to be de-escalated the rest of the way, and they came out like ahead of schedule with them swearing at each other and promising that there was an inevitable war. So it's like it seems pretty obvious that something happened in there that we don't know about that was like, you know, irreproachable.
I didn't know that. Go ahead.
No, keep going. If you'd like to.
I didn't know that. I didn't know what you were saying. I didn't know who broke in this peace meeting with saying that there will be an inevitable war. Who did that?
Blinken, Anthony Blinken, the Secretary of State.
Of the United States or Ukraine?
Yeah. No, the United States is the Secretary of State that came out of the meetings, like went into meetings where like the narrative was essentially that all threat of military action was over and that they were negotiating a bunch of other things, and they came out saying that there'd be an inevitable war.
The United States said this.
Yes.
Yeah.
And again, we don't know what happened there. Well, at least I don't. Maybe someone else does, but I am not sure what took place in that meeting. But obviously,
and what has the administration said anything? I know you just said you don't know, but I guess
that's as far as I know, and I've been looking for it because I really want to know what the actual dialogue was. But like as far as I know, there's been no other public acknowledgement other than like the next day, Jen Psaki answered some questions like in the typical way of avoiding them, and you know.
Yes, thank you for saying that. That's true. Fucking crazy. She never answers a fucking question.
Blizz is right. The guy's name is Lavrov. It was Blinken and Lavrov that were meeting.
So according to Al Jazeera, Biden vows, quote, support in call with Zelensky.
Well,
what that means, who knows?
I've been sitting here trying to come up with like a more positive outlook myself to make sure that I wasn't like, you know, irony poisoned or getting too biased in my own thinking. And so it occurs to me that like it's at least plausible that the United States could save a bunch of face here by like if Russia is going to do what I have described that they're going to do, which it seems to be broadly accepted that what they're trying to do is just kind of blitz for as much territory as possible. So we don't know what their intent is once they get there. That's to be determined. But like if that is the case, that's what they do, then the United States could theoretically still save face here by waiting to have a coalition to act against them instead of taking unilateral action outside of NATO. And if we do that, it's possible that like what we'll end up with is negotiating an immediate withdrawal of Russian forces at the threat of a NATO action. And because all of the forces that are in Ukraine are in very serious risk of getting cut off and left there and like having just like being absolutely massacred.
I would agree.
I think that Russia is going to have a major fear in its mind playing back, you know, the videotape from Route 80 between Kuwait and Baghdad, like in 1991. Like they don't want to end up in that situation. So I think that that's probably like one positive thing that could still be the outcome of this, and that would necessarily strengthen the resolve of NATO to remain in you know, a cohesion.
Well,
So
that's the thing.
Putin.
I'm sorry. Go ahead, Wick.
Okay. Putin does not want war with NATO or the U.S. He does not, because he knows he will lose. He just knows it. In a conventional warfare, he's just going to lose. So I think perhaps if we were to make it very clear that if he does not withdraw, that we are willing to take that step and he believes us, that might make him pull back.
No, I think the fact that he invaded is already telling enough. Like,
I mean, maybe. I don't know. But I think that he's operating under the calculus that NATO won't take that step.
Exactly. That's my point. He expects NATO to all like
Sure.
fall apart, basically.
But
And I
but
mean,
that's
to a certain
it.
extent,
That's why I'm saying. That's why I'm saying that if NATO tomorrow, after their emergency meeting, whenever that happens, comes up and says, "Look, we're activating our forces here. We're ready. If you do not withdraw immediately, there will be severe military consequences. That might it has. There's a great risk for that. Let me be very clear. There's a huge risk when it comes to that. But
Yeah.
that might scare him enough to pull back. I don't know.
I mean,
I don't know.
this is real brinkmanship now. This isn't like, this is like way on par with Cold War era brinkmanship. Like,
To say something, Wick, you're like, maybe if we say this, he might possibly respond. Do you that's inherently different than if he does this, we're gonna fucking do this.
yeah, exactly.
We have to convince him. We have to make him believe that whether we're willing to or not, that we're willing to go in.
Well,
Because unless he does,
I think it's the fact that you're saying we have to make him believe something.
I doubt
that
he's
we
listening to the stream
No,
right
no,
now. I
no,
doubt
no,
he's.
but no,
He
no,
could
but
be.
you're
Fuck
He
you, Wick.
could.
I don't think he's tapping into you. I'm asking you to tap into you and say
Certainly.
that you're saying like we must project the the potential
That's what we did
or
during the
the
Cuban
image.
Missile Crisis.
Well, I know. No, we would have done something during the Cuban Missile Crisis.
That's how we make him believe by being actually willing
What are
to
we
do
gonna
No,
do?
no, no, no.
What are
But
we gonna do? What are we gonna do?
that's actually wrong. The thing that ended the missile crisis was we took our nukes out of Turkey.
Yep. No, wait, no. We still have nukes in Turkey.
We still have nukes in Turkey.
Yep.
Right, but at the time we removed them.
We removed them
That's
for a
what-
while.
yeah.
Okay, I was wrong on that. I'm sorry, misinformation.
I'm only saying
My mistake.
that I don't think we're gonna get Putin to believe anything like
Yeah, I
like
agree.
a flex. I think, and I'm saying like, what happens if we don't? That's the question. You're like, well, we need to get him to believe this thing, and it's like, I don't think he's gonna believe it.
Yeah.
Well,
I
So
agree.
what's the reality of the situation?
So how about this? And then okay, it's late, and maybe this is gonna make me sound dumb, and I
I
probably
won't
do.
hold it against you. I
Okay.
asked you a question. It's
So,
okay.
So
Oh my god, I can't believe you said that. That's so stupid.
if we small precision strike on a portion of the Russian forces in Ukraine, a small contingent enough to show that we are serious, and
Yeah.
and just take them out, just remove them from the field.
Well,
Like I said, it might have been dumb. Might have been dumb to say.
Maybe just fund some moderate rebels. Are there any moderate rebels?
Well, yeah, there are. There are. It's as of. They don't call themselves Azov Battalion
Oh,
anymore. I forgot what they're called
fund
now.
the most moderate rebels.
I mean, they're the Azov.
Azov Regiment, I think.
Yeah.
Yeah.
They're a
Regardless,
brigade.
yeah, that is the type of stuff. I mean, like Russia, the reason why they haven't like gone in with their tanks, I think, is probably because they know that the tanks would be sitting.
There's already Russian armor. There's Russian armor in Ukraine already.
I know, but I think that I don't. As far as I can tell, they haven't advanced beyond the two regions specified in the Donbass. Like as far as I know, they haven't exceeded that.
The tanks, to be clear.
I'm talking about tanks and other like armored vehicles, like either personnel carriers or otherwise.
But there
as
are
far as I know,
reports of paratroopers.
There's been reports of paratroopers, but like the paratrooper video, if you watch the one video that I've seen of like the sky lit up with them to the end, it's a training thing, and it's from not that long ago.
There's already corroborated, like confirmed reports of Russian armor crossing into Ukraine from Belarus.
Is that true? I thought they would rescinded those.
The footage was on Prime stream on ABC. I'll post a video of it. Hold up.
See, this is what we mean by the fog of war too. So.
Yeah.
I mean, it was very obvious. Like if they were attacking Kiev, they were going to use their personnel that they had on the border with Ukraine from Belarus, because there were 30,000 Russian troops in Belarus.
Yeah, right.
So they quite literally encircled Ukraine and did what you do when you have 75% of your military deployed. You invade. So I mean, fundamentally, like this is just horrendous. Like it's a bad time.
Well, to the extent that is true, okay, so if we assume that it is true, right? Like now that you've got your tank and it's in Ukraine, it's a sitting duck. We're waiting to get blown up by like some of the like missiles and technology like that the U.S. military uses like all the time. And like
that's the thing, though. Like Russia has really put in like a lot of development like into counteracting a lot of the like tank weaponry that was provided to Ukraine.
Right.
They have like specially designed nets that are designed to counter like anti-tank guided missiles,
Yeah.
like the missiles, and what I mentioned earlier, the loitering munitions.
Reactive armor too, yeah.
Yeah. Well, reactive armor is tow missiles are like designed specifically to counteract reactive armor. But they've like created like some other uh, like countermeasures, and I've seen a lot of those T-72s on the border with Ukraine, and they're outfitted with like those countermeasures. So
Yeah.
it shows that like Russia's like very much been like trying to like they learned from the war in 2020 in Nagorno-Karabakh, like they were paying attention. They saw what was going on. Well, shit, like armor's kind of fucked now, you know. So we really need to like get as much leverage as we can with air power, which is what they're doing now. You know.
Well, I mean, what remains to be seen, and like so, as of a while ago, and it's impossible to actually know what the current minute by minute update is, but like as of like when the sun set here around 5 or 6 p.m. roughly, the United States still had air superiority and air control over the entirety of Ukraine, as far as I know. And so, like in addition to that, we also know that there was reports of the F-22 group that was based out of UAE just recently. I think it was like probably the 15th of last month. They were moved into the UAE. 24 planes were reported having taken off in a large group and like seen flying in formation over southern or northern Iraq. And presumably headed towards the coast and coming up Lebanon to come and support in Ukraine. That was we know that there's like tankers circling, so the speculation is that they were headed there. We know that we've engaged with even with the Su-57, which is not in production as far as I know. Like there's no technology that Russia has that's superior to the F-22. As far as like both electronic warfare, electronic signals intelligence, and also like invisibility in stealth terms. So like theoretically, we should have like a military strategic and like a material advantage over them.
But that's the thing though. That assumes that like all of our shit works as it's
yeah, right. But
the F-35 like has a ton of issues with it, you know, that are endemic to the design because like everything in like military bureaucracy, they want something to do anything and everything. That's the American doctrine, and oftentimes like it just becomes like over-engineered, like the F-35. You know,
if we wanted to strike a portion of the Russian forces, we absolutely could effectively right now.
Yeah, but I personally think that's like a terrible idea.
Maybe, and like I said, Brenda pressed me on this. Because I want to be clear. I don't know.
There is precedence to that. So in I think it was 2017, 2018, somewhere around there, like a company of Russian irregular troops, supposedly mercenaries, belonging to Wagner Group, in Syria, were moving in to attack a position held by Kurdish forces.
Yeah, this is the Deir ez-Zor incident.
Yeah.
But yeah, go ahead, tell the story.
And the Russian mercenaries were there with a particular rebel group. I can't remember which rebel group, but I think they were like a Turkish affiliated militia, and they were moving in there with Wagner Group. And little did they know that there were 2 American JTAGs embedded with the YPG there.
Oh,
the
JTAGs.
Yeah. And so the U.S.
What's a JTAG? What's a JTAG? I don't know.
It's a joint tactical air controller. So basically, forward observers that call in airstrikes and such, and air support on the front. And the YPG being a U.S. affiliated faction in Syria and controlling like a lot of northeastern Syria. They've been materialated and trained by American personnel in Syria, right? So they get word that like they're being attacked by like a fucking huge amount of people, right? And the U.S. Air Force responds with an AC-130, several F-22s, I think, and a ton of other air assets, and just basically kills like 300 Russian soldiers. They're not like officially Russian soldiers, but Wagner Group is essentially an Kremlin. Those are just Russian troops that were pressed into like covert service, and then nothing really happened, despite the fact that like we killed a ton of Russian troops. So I think that is pretty. I don't know. It doesn't really pertain much to the Ukraine situation, but it is a fascinating little tidbit of geopolitical history. So I mean, where's the line? You know, like what justifies
That's the question, right?
Oh, so
That's
you're
the question.
yeah. So you're saying where's the line that tips it into more of a if not a full scale conflict, but ramps things up, right? So if a missile, let's say there's U.S. Troops like across the Ukrainian border, and a Russian missile accidentally hits a location they're in, like what does that do, right? Is that enough to escalate things? Who knows, right? If U.S. troops like go into Ukraine and there's skirmishes, is that enough to make it so that so that now we're in a full-blown conflict rather than clashes,
I think that de-escalation is, I mean, obviously the best possible outcome, but I also think that it's kind of unlikely at this point. Putin crossed the line that you don't really do anymore. Conquesting nations is out of vogue. It's not like, it's not the hip thing to do anymore. And
but hold on. What?
I mean,
we do that. We just did that. We just did that. Exactly that. I mean, not in vogue. We did that. The states did that.
Yeah, it's not in vogue for non-Western countries.
Oh, okay. All right.
It's perfectly the global North. There's the states have like kind of an unspoken agreement that they're kind of free to meddle with, countries in their spheres of influence. That's just the way that neocolonialism works, right? But the second that you start fucking with European powers,
is Ukraine not in Russia's sphere of influence?
Ukraine is, guess what, a buffer region fundamentally, because most Ukrainians hate Russia fundamentally, because Ukraine has a very troubled history with Russia. I mean,
is that true? Wait, is that 100% true? Is that true that most Ukrainians hate Russia? Is that true?
What we can say for sure is most Ukrainians do not want to be part of Russia.
Yes, absolutely.
Sure. Yeah.
Okay. So, I mean, the question is like, do people have the right to autonomy, to self-determination, regardless of whether or not the nation state is legitimate, right? Like, what makes Ukraine any less, sovereign than Russia? And the answer is power, because they're a smaller country. They lack that leverage, so they can get swallowed up. But is the international community going to be like, yeah, that shit's fucked, we need to put a stop to it? I don't really think so until it gets really bad. My theory is that it spirals out of control eventually.
I guess what I don't like is this idea that Russia has done something uniquely awful. Hold on, let me finish my point. I don't like the idea that they have done something uniquely awful, right? Especially when this is coming from Americans, right? We've done these war of aggressions. We've taken over other countries, right? Like we've invaded.
Certainly.
Absolutely.
And so it's weird to
is that okay?
I didn't say I certainly not. I mean, I've criticized them endlessly, right? But still, I feel like there's this air like, how could they do something like that, right? Well, how could we do this shit all the time?
Exactly.
So simply because we've done this like in the past and we've committed terrible actions in the past does not mean it's that we shouldn't respond to this.
I didn't say
Does that make
that.
sense?
I didn't say
I
that.
understand, but this implication, and I know you're not saying this. I know you don't mean this.
Okay.
But what some people may hear when you talk like this, when you say, "Well, we've done things in the past before," they use it to kind of equate these things. And in this situation, for this specific instance, thank God, America's actually in the right here for once, and it makes me proud. Like, yay! We're actually wanting to do the right thing in this instance. We should celebrate that. I feel, but maybe that's just my silly patriotic nature cutting in. I don't know.
I mean, personally, I think I mean I want to clarify that I condemn actions like this from any country. It's not just Russia. I'm the first person to criticize American intervention. Like I've made that position pretty clear.
Sorry, hold on. Hold on. I'm gonna tackle this. I got it before we walk away from this. I actually want to tackle what Wick said completely. Are we in the right? Like, are we
in this Russia situation? Absolutely.
Now that Russia has escalated, I think it's easier to say that. But like the fact that it had to happen in the first place when NATO has been encroaching. When we said before that NATO wouldn't get this far, and then NATO did get this far. Now we're saying that Ukraine, sure, maybe they should be let in, right? And we're coming up to Russia's border. We'd have allied countries up to Russia's actual border, and we said we wouldn't do that. Are we necessarily in the right?
And let me tell you why. Let me explain to you why. Because again, years, I want to say decades ago, Putin made it very clear what he wanted. He wanted Ukraine. Whether we had encroached or not, he was going to take Ukraine.
I don't know.
I'm not certain of that.
I mean, how long ago are you talking about? When is this year's?
2000s, like early 2000s. I want to say.
Go ahead.
Wouldn't it have been more right to have attacked Russia or helped Ukraine defend itself when the war started 8-9 years ago?
Yes, but we were bogged down in Afghanistan, and the country had no appetite for it. It would have been better, but this is in hindsight. We're talking now, right?
But hold on.
We're speaking in hindsight.
Yeah, no, not just in hindsight. No, I think at the time people could have told you when we started letting in more countries when NATO started creeping before. So I'm like knocking the timeline. I'm going way back in time now, right? Before Crimea. That like the fact that it gotten so far that Russia shouldn't be able to use this even as an excuse, right? Maybe indeed that in another timeline where NATO didn't expand, period, right? It stayed like exactly where the line had been agreed upon, that maybe this would happen any which way, right? But they wouldn't be able to say that, oh, it's because of
and maybe it would have been worse.
Okay, sure, maybe whatever, right? But the thing that I'll keep saying, it's not unreasonable. It is not unreasonable for Russia to be afraid of the U.S., of the NATO allies, right? On their doorstep.
I do not disagree with that statement. I do not disagree with that statement. But we have to understand that Putin is an imperialist. Whether he was scared of us or not, he was going to try to build empire by expanding his borders, by expanding his control. Whether NATO encroached or not.
Absolutely.
Yes.
Absolutely.
Yes.
But
that's
like,
that's why
Putin has been an imperialist since KGB days.
I get.
Since the 1980s.
Sorry. What's the last thing you said, Wick? I didn't hear that.
Sure. Putin has been imperial. Like he was raised as a KGB agent. This was his mindset since the 80s.
He was raised as a CIA agent. What does that doesn't mean anything.
KGB.
Yeah, I know. I heard you. So relating that, he was raised as a CIA agent. That doesn't tell me his mindset, right? Saying that a person was in the CIA does not. Seriously?
Okay.
Let me explain more.
We know exactly what their thoughts are. Something about somebody in the CIA, of course.
Okay. But there's more to it. There's more to it because he was stationed when the Berlin Wall fell. He was stationed in that area. It affected him. Again, he's given interviews on this. We have intelligence on him as a person. We know this to be true. His mindset, what he wants. He hasn't really made it a secret. And it should surprise no one that he had tried to expand his power and expand his power base and expand Russia as well. So again, Putin, being the imperialist he is, being wanting in control of an empire, regardless of whether NATO expanded or not, this was his goal. And we cannot blame NATO. In fact, NATO's expansion may have slowed him down and given him pause. I don't know because again, alternate universe shit. I'd just be speculating. But what I can say with certainty, with as much certainty as I ever say anything, Death of Certainty is my channel name, by the way, is that the odds were always in the favor of them expanding using force and violence.
Does everyone else go ahead? Revolt Vice, do you agree with that? That even if NATO had not expanded, that we would be in the spot, right?
Yeah, I mean, yes, to an extent, maybe it's a response to NATO expanding. I understand. Sure. It's a threat. The issue was saying that like he hasn't done anything that's like overtly imperialist from his framework, right? Like, and I understand what it looks like to the rest of the world and what it looks like to the West, especially. Like, but like in his, but like, I don't want to defend Putin either. The guy's an asshole. Like, he's done a number of things that like I like very strong.
He's a terrible human being. I hope he gets overthrown soon. So like, yeah, no one's a fan here. But go ahead, Revolt Vice.
Yeah. But like to continue down the path of like, was it just like there's no justification for him being in Ukraine. There's absolutely none. Like, and whether it's an imperialist effort or not, like define it however you want. Like, I'm also worried like of the Istans. You know what I mean? Like he's got a lot of undue power and influence there. That like it's possible that like I mean you could probably consider at least Kazakhstan at the moment to be like a victim of Russian imperialism. Like, they've got essentially a puppet government that Putin is essentially dictating their day-to-day existence. You know what I mean? So like that's an issue. I think that like Belarus, same situation. Like there's a whole bunch of other things that have been done that are like borderline imperialistic. I think the label imperialist is silly in this context. He had no justification for invading Ukraine. Period. Done. And like and to the extent that he even offered to develop one, he violated it by going past the borders of what he claimed.
I don't think it's unfair to call Russia an imperialist country because they simply are, just as the U.S. is. Russia as a former polar power is definitely wanting its imperialist, like is definitely on a path towards imperialism again. I mean, like you said, like everything has pointed to it. Putin's invasions of Chechnya, of Georgia, of like his support of like crackdowns in Kazakhstan, which wasn't really talked about enough. Kazakhstan, what happened there?
Nowhere near enough, and not just Kazakhstan. It's Kyrgyzstan, and like and the rest of the region is like they are on the verge of having a water war as it is, right? And now Russia's like gets involved, and it's just escalating tensions. China controls parts of it. Parts of the influence come from Pakistan, and parts of it come from Saudi Arabia, and parts of it come from Russia. So it's like all of these same forces. And look at what's going on in Syria. It's like essentially the same players. And now we've got Ukraine, like essentially the same players. And they're all like these are all these different proxy wars that are teeing up to be big problems.
So don't get it twisted. This isn't about NATO at its heart. It's just not.
No.
Okay.
Hold on. I don't know how I don't know how you can say that's not about NATO.
I think that it's definitely both. I think that Putin is pissed about losing his sphere of influence, which is why he's doing this. But I mean, I also think that it's definitely,
it's not unreasonable. I'm sorry, it's just not unreasonable.
But Prime, just because it's not unreasonable, and I would agree, it's not unreasonable, doesn't make it true, doesn't make it accurate. There's a lot of things that you can reasonably think are reasonable, but are just dead wrong.
Was the response to the U.S. To the Cuban missile crisis, was that reasonable? Was that justified? Excuse me.
I mean, we
The
didn't
U.S. response, you mean?
The response to the Cuban Missile Crisis, was that reasonable or justified? Excuse me.
Depends on which. Again, this is what I mean by framing. So,
Yes,
like,
I would say yes.
Look at the framing that the United States, like, we were offered, right? Like, for what it was, like, every step that we took was justified. We saw this Soviet aggressor coming into our backyard 90 miles off of Miami, right? And they said that they were showing maps every night on TV of like the range that these missiles could allegedly hit, and it included Washington D.C., and it was like a third of the country could potentially be killed by these things. Like, of course, like nearly anything, even a war with Cuba would have been justified if you really believe that those are the threats. The part that we weren't getting exposed to, though, was the fact that we had these exact same types of technology being put in Turkey, threatening Russia or threatening the Soviet Union, and the negotiation that was happening was whether or not we were going to remove those, and that was something that was like majorly downplayed. So it's like, what part are you talking about? Like from Russia's perspective, they could have justified any type of action, including up to a war too. Like, they were threatened first.
Exactly. So, yeah. From these different perspectives, it makes sense. From the U.S. perspective, yeah, it made sense to respond the way we did, right? Including threatening a nuclear showdown, right? Like, it makes sense. So when you see an aggressor showing up at your door, or at least, an enemy at the very least, showing up at your door, it makes sense to respond. Now, I'm not excusing what's happening. Oh God,
I'm not saying you are.
Yeah, no, I know that's not what you're saying. I'm talking about like other people, right? Because other people just, although just like take a side, like they don't understand. Yeah, they don't understand nuance. Won't be uncharitable. Yeah, I'm not saying that. I don't want this to be happening. I want the people of Ukraine to be sleeping in their beds, just like any other night. You know, So I'm just saying that, like, this was. I don't like this idea that there's no justification for what's happening, and this is some Putin is some sort of special category for doing what he does. When the U.S. has the history that it has, we don't have a leg to stand on here. That doesn't mean we can't respond again. But that doesn't mean we have we are not on some moral high ground.
If we don't have a leg to stand on, Prime, that means we can't respond.
What? I mean, of course we can.
What? That's what it means.
Okay, I mean, if you think so.
We are not free from, our hands are not clean. But in this situation, when it comes to Ukraine, again, had NATO not expanded at all, Putin wanted Ukraine. NATO is an excuse he is using, but I
don't know that matters, though. Does it, Wick?
What Putin wants? I think it does.
I mean, but you got to look at like the material realities of what is going on here, right? And it is undeniable that there are externalities that are affecting Russia's decision to do this now. Like, the reason why they're acting now is because of like timing, for all the reasons that we've talked about, like the United States' position in the globe and in the world, and our internal politics,
gas prices.
But yes, exactly, gas prices. The fact that it's winter and there's high demand for gas right now is another thing. Like, they're like, projecting that we won't destroy the infrastructure of Ukraine because we know it could possibly like destabilize Eastern Europe as a result. It's like those type of things. This is all plays a factor, but the overall meta is that like Russia is in a time of like socioeconomic decline. They are going to be demographically fucked here in a very short period of time, to where they've got like, they don't have enough young men to staff a military. You know what I mean? Like, that's a real threat, like, to them in the next 30 years. So it's like all of those things are factors into why this is happening now. And to that extent, it's the selfishness of Russia. First and foremost, it's not justifiable for any reason other than Russia's personal benefit. Like that's what I'm getting at, is that like, it's not justifiable for them to be in there because there is no threat today of any of these things. They're looking at 30 years into the future.
Hold on. Does that not make sense to do that, to like position yourself like into the future, to have a 30-year plan rather than like the fuck the U.S. does when it's constantly reacting to what's happening at the moment rather than long-term strategizing. So if like if you have
Russia has
if
shown willingness.
if you're surrounded by all sides by enemies, and like China is like a frenemy, right? At this point, if you're surrounded on all sides, like at that point it's too late, right? Like it's if the U.S. is amassing troops at the Russian border, right, during Ukraine in 30 years, then at that point it was too late. So
but this
it makes sense to respond like looking into the future, strategizing. This will put us in a better position long term. That makes sense, right?
It does make sense. It really does. I'm not saying it, but that's what makes it such effective as kind of like a propaganda piece, because a reasonable person can look at it and say, well, yeah, that does make sense. I would probably do the same in that situation. But Russia has shown an adeptness at manufacturing situations, at manufacturing crises. Crises? I don't know. But they are very good at it. They have done it. This is their modus operandi for years and years and years. And again, it's buying in, at least at a very surface level, to the propaganda that they want you to think it's because of NATO. They want you to think it's because they're threatened, even though that may be true. The real reason, and again, I'm speculating, I don't know for certain, but this is my very strongly held belief based on the evidence I've seen on how Russia has acted in the past and Putin's stated desires, that they were going to try to take Ukraine no matter what.
Yeah, I agree. That's that's pretty much as well. Putting aside my personal beliefs, like if you look at the evidence and Russia's history, it was pretty much inevitable. It was going to happen eventually.
So, Marks, hey, buddy. Actually, before we do that, guys, if you've been enjoying this stream, right, if you're new, then do yourself a favor, hit that follow button right now. If you happen to be new, happen wandering in during all this time, right? We got a bunch of viewers and stuff. So be so kind, hit that follow button. We have content for you, 6 nights a week. We're always here. We don't miss a stream. So yeah, come back. We'll definitely have more content, whether it's on Ukraine or other things in the future as well. So hit that follow button, make sure notifications on, so you know I'm going live. Also, !social and chat for our social media. Right, follow us on Twitter, Discord, jump in our Discord where we have all these conversations, right? And YouTube, where if you miss anything, like, comment, subscribe, and become a YouTube member, helping us that way as well. Okay, Marks.
Yo, what's up, guys?
What's up?
I guess I could ask this question. I don't know if y'all remember. It was 2021. I'm looking at it right now, like March and April. Russia had a similar military buildup along the Ukrainian border. Obviously, not to like this scale. But with that, like, why? Like, what changed about Putin now? Like, what do you think caused the trigger for him? Why didn't he invade then? Like, why now?
Well, I think that, and again, I'm just speculating here. I'm not privy to Russian decision making here, but from what I can tell, that it was a now or never type of move. Putin realized he was being boxed in. He knew that if he was going to do this, he needed to do it now, or he could not do it in the future. At least not as effectively, not as assuredly. So he took a risk. He took a gamble. Again, like Chris said, he thought he wouldn't have to take this step,
Why?
but because NATO did not concede, he had to take this step.
Why does he think that now? What's different between now and the future? What opportunity is present
Again,
now?
their country's struggling economically because of the sanctions imposed upon them in 2014, because of just a lot of the things that Revolt Rise said. They just don't have enough manpower to fund their military or to raise up enough military troops. All the demographics are against them in this case. It's just how it is.
I also think because of the inevitable migration crisis that's going to come from this, I mean, it's probably going to be worse than Syria, from the looks of it. I think that this
Are you
is
sure?
also.
Are you sure?
Yeah,
Worse
because
than
Syria is
Syria?
Yeah, Syria was like if I remember, like somewhere along like
5
500,000.
million.
5 million?
Yeah.
Oh, I remember
But
that
Syria is an
horribly.
ongoing, because we don't know how long this lasts. That's why
Yes.
I'm unsure about that, right?
Yeah.
Like we don't know how, if this lasts for years and years and years, then I agree. Then this is going to be a complete like refugee disaster. But if this is over in a week or two, then no, right?
Yeah, of course. Yeah, if I remember, because
Real quick,
for some reason in my head I thought it was 500,000. If it's 5 million, then
5
absolutely
million,
not.
5,700,000 according to UNICEF.
Yeah. So probably not worse than Syria. So, but my main point is that it's going to be a huge refugee crisis that comes from this, no matter if it's like a couple months or like a week. And I think that's going to be like a big hit to NATO as well. I think that even though NATO has been sort of unified in their sanctions against Russia, I think Putin's really testing what NATO's really willing to counter with what's the extent to what NATO is willing to do and how organized we are. I don't know. That's my views.
It's reasonable.
So, sorry to give a more poignant example. Like the refugees are probably going to go more towards like Poland and like Germany, and Poland's probably going to ask for a lot of refugee help. And as to my knowledge, Poland absolutely doesn't have the current facilities to house even more refugees than they already are. I think this is going to cause a bunch of it's going to destabilize not only NATO but probably the European Union abroad.
Yeah, but Poland's trying to do that anyway. Like the radical right wing like movement and that's in political control of Poland at the moment. Do you really think they're going to allow refugees in, especially Russian refugees, as much as they hate them there?
As long as they're Christian, probably.
Yeah, I think that this is. I don't know if he probably did account for this, but I think that this invasion is also a broader attack on the European Union as well.
That is undeniable, and I haven't mentioned it because it's like kind of like verges on conspiracy theory ish, but like it's in the back of my mind for sure that like part of Putin's plan is to hurt the European Union by causing a refugee crisis. Like that's part of the reason why I think that he's going to do what like he's going to do as far as just skipping across the country as fast as possible, not actually taking cities and shit.
I should just say that's probably not true what I said about Poland. They wouldn't let people in just because I think Poland and Russia have kind of a history, or at least
they've got. As it turns out, like after the war, the sentiment in Poland actually stayed relatively loyal to the Nazi side than the communist side. Like apparently, the communists were considerably worse to Poland.
Loyal to the Nazi side? Is that how you would like characterize it? Like
yeah, especially like immediately after the war, yeah.
Never heard that.
I mean, when you're forced to choose between two horrendously authoritarian states, you're kind of in a fucked position to begin with.
You are in a fucked position.
Yeah. I also saw this. I don't know how manageable this is. Do you think that once we got the intel that Russia was planning on actually going through with the full-scale invasion, like after they recognized the independent states of like Donbass and I'm forgetting the other one right now, that we should have sent troops into Kiev? I saw that floated around and I thought about it more. Obviously, we can't do it now, but in hindsight.
There's a few levels. I mean, there's nuance to the discussion about whether the United States should send troops into places. Like the United States has troops in Ukraine. I think the number is 4,800 or so, but they're special forces and they're not identified like they're blending in and they're there to either train with the militias, train with the the Ukrainian military, or train with the civilians to armor them and like prepare them to do battle as, you know what I mean? Like as soldiers. Like that's what our special forces do. So like last I heard, the last number that they said was 4,800. That was sometime last week. I don't know if we've added to or subtracted to that, but it's not as if there's no Americans on the ground there, right? And then on top of that, there's also diplomatic staff and all this other shit. Like that goes along with the affects of being a country that's represented in another country. So, but like I don't know that would have deterred. I don't think it would have any deterrent factor. I don't think there's any deterrent like built into having like uniformed U.S. troops on the ground in Kiev. I don't think would have stopped Russia. It just puts them in more danger. And like they should have been in strategic positions, not in like necessarily fucking bodyguard spots.
Really.
And this is all speculation. We don't we can't know what would have happened had we made decisions that are different. One suggestion that was made that I thought may have been more effective, but again, it may have made things worse. I don't know. I want to make that very clear. Is to activate a lot more troops, material, and personnel. Not just a few hundred, not just 4,800, but put in a sizable force, a NATO force in Kiev, and said, we are willing to defend this. It may have signaled to Putin that we are willing to defend it more. I don't know, though. It may not have worked.
Okay. All right. So we've been up at this for 7 hours. We'll be back tomorrow with more content, right? We'll have All Black Everything. We'll have Open Walk on panel tomorrow. It'll be great. So come back for that. Hit that follow button if you haven't done so yet. In case, so we'd love to have you back here in the future, right? If you're new to the channel, hit us up on Twitter, Discord, YouTube, right? Like, comment, subscribe. I don't think we'll get much new information anytime soon, but any which way, we will be back, and I'm going to send you guys off